The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
King's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
Now, I inform the House that Mr Speaker has selected Amendment H in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. The question is that an humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. I call Jeremy Hunt to move the amendment.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the amendment in the name of myself and the Leader of the Opposition. It is an important and rather painful part of our democracy that I am today as Shadow Chancellor responding to the King's Speech in exactly the same way the new Chancellor responded to me just a few months ago. So I want to start by congratulating her as well as Mr and Mrs Reeves. As the father of two girls myself, one of whom has her 10th birthday today, I warmly welcome the smashing of a glass ceiling with Britain's first female Chancellor. As I said on election night, she has led the Labour Party on a difficult journey which has changed it for the better. Her stated commitment to fiscal responsibility, stability and economic growth has been consistent and I'm sure not always easy. Unfortunately for us, her success in holding the line means we face rather a lot of Labour MPs on the government benches, but I wish her well in her new role. I also commend to her the superb Treasury officials she now inherits and want to put on record my gratitude to them for the excellent work they did for me, staying up in the middle of the night ahead of fiscal events, engaging in tense negotiations with spending departments, and occasionally, it has to be said, number 10, bringing me endless flat whites and Pret lunches to keep me going, and most of all, making my family feel welcome in the goldfish bowl that is Downing Street. And it is part of the magic of democracy that those same officials have seamlessly transferred their allegiance from me to her, and I know they will serve her extremely well. Now, in opposition, we won't oppose for its own sake, and there are a number of bills we welcome in the King's Speech. She's right to focus on growth, and the improvements on planning build on many reforms introduced by the last government, including the 110 growth measures I introduced in last year's autumn statement. Any boost to house building is also welcome. We delivered 1 million homes in the last Parliament, and she will soon find out that if she's to deliver 1.5 million, she won't be able to duck reforming environmental regulations, a change which Labour blocked in the last Parliament, but which will deliver an extra 100,000 homes. But I caution her not to over-rely on bringing back top-down targets. In the end, we will only build more houses if we change attitudes to new housing, and that is unlikely to happen if unpopular targets are steamrolled through local communities. We'll also look carefully at her proposed budget responsibility bill. We're proud that a Conservative government set up the OBR, and I commend the work of Richard Hughes and his team. We didn't always agree, but that in the end is the point of an independent watchdog. And we all understand the politics of a bill that allows the government to make endless references to the mini-budget. But if she's really committed to fiscal responsibility alongside growth, I hope she will today confirm she will not fiddle with the 5-year debt rule to allow increased debt through the back door. We, and it has to be said, markets will be monitoring the overall level of debt very carefully to make sure that doesn't happen. And I also hope she commissions the OBR to do 10-year forecasts of our long-term growth rate rather than 5 years as at present, in order to bake long-term decision-making into Treasury thinking. I am very happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Grateful to the Shadow Chancellor for giving way. He was talking about fiscal responsibility just now. During the election campaign, he committed to a series of tax cuts. I noticed yesterday on the Laura Kuenssberg show that he said that it wouldn't have been possible for him to proceed with those tax cuts. What is it that has changed, and why did he make that commitment during the election campaign, knowing full well that he couldn't afford to carry it out?
For the Honourable Gentleman for making that intervention, because it allows me to explain why he's completely mistaken in what he is saying. We offered a set of carefully funded tax cuts, fully funded tax cuts, unlike the £38.5 billion of unfunded spending commitments that came from the Labour Party. But we always said they would be brought in over time, over the next Parliament. We did not make a commitment that they would come in immediately, and indeed they would not have, but we would have done so in a responsible way. But when it comes to dubious claims, there are some rather dubious ones the new Chancellor has herself been making that do not withstand scrutiny. Now, she says, for example, that the economy would have been £140 billion bigger if we'd matched the average OECD growth rate. But as she knows, the OECD is a very diverse group of 38 countries, including many with economies very different to our own, such as Turkey or Mexico or Luxembourg. And a much more meaningful comparison is with other similar G7 economies, where, since 2010, we've grown faster than France, faster than Italy, faster than Germany, and faster than Japan. Indeed, the IMF say that thanks to difficult measures taken by the last Conservative government, we will grow faster than any of those 4 countries, not just in the short term, but over the next 6 years. And one of the reasons for that is our record on attracting investment. Since 2010, greenfield foreign direct investment has been higher in the UK than anywhere in the world except the United States and China. In the last year alone, Nissan, JLR, Tata, BMW Mini, Google and Microsoft have all been voting for the UK with their dollars. And that is not least because of cuts in business taxation, such as full expensing, introduced by the last government. If she now looks for backdoor ways to increase business taxation, as many fear she will risk the very attractiveness of the UK to foreign investors, of which she is now the beneficiary. I give way to the Honourable.
To the right honourable gentleman for giving way. This point of investment is very important for my constituents in Stockton North, where we have many companies poised to invest billions of pounds in industrial investment, and they tell me that they prize economic stability above all else. And so I wonder if he might commit now to supporting the Budget Responsibility Bill to give those investors the security that they would need.
Yeah. Well, we are going to study the bill very carefully when it's published. But yes, we are minded to support it, subject to having had a close look at it, because we think it's perfectly sensible. Whether it's completely necessary or not is a different question, but it's perfectly sensible. Now, but I do want to move on to some elements of the King's speech about which we have grave concerns. Bills which a Times editorial this week described as a dose of traditional socialist dogma. Tony Blair came to office having removed the old Clause 4 of the Labour Party constitution because he knew that state-run businesses are rarely successful and usually end up being bailed out by the taxpayer. But with its railway and energy plans, the government last week brought forward more nationalisation than Blair ever did, indeed more than any government in modern times. And I just say to her, if she really cares about fiscal responsibility, she should beware. The reason unions like publicly owned utilities is that it gives them more leverage on pay and more ability to demand bailouts. Unlearning the lessons of history will mean more strikes and bigger bills for the taxpayer. An even bigger concern for business is the impact on jobs of Labour's New Deal for workers. Since 2010, we have seen the creation of almost 4 million jobs, nearly 800 jobs, for every single day Conservative governments were in office. The president of the CBI described the UK as a job creation factory. But like many others, he expressed concerns that the Deputy Prime Minister's new Labour laws could put that at risk. Day one rights sound attractive, but employers fear it will mean a flood of tribunal claims, meaning it's safer not to offer a job at all. That's why the Federation of Small Businesses responded to the King's speech by saying companies were worried about increased costs and risks. In the end, Madam Deputy Speaker, French-style labour laws will lead to French levels of unemployment, which are nearly double our own, indeed close to what they were when the last Labour government was in office. By contrast, Conservatives have nearly halved unemployment over the last 14 years, and it would be a tragedy for working families up and down the country if the new government turned the clock back. Finally, the most dubious claim that we have heard of all is this nonsense about the worst economic inheritance since the Second World War, which everybody knows is just a pretext for long-planned tax rises. You can see what nonsense this is from a simple comparison to the last time we had a change of party running the government in 2010. Inflation then was 3.4% compared to 2% today. Unemployment was at 8% compared to 4.4% today. Growth was forecast at the time to be one of the slowest in the G7 compared to the fastest today. Instead of an economy where markets and the pounds were facing meltdown, she has inherited one which the ONS said growth was going gangbusters. And since the election, that has been backed up by even more data. May's GDP figures show Britain's growth was double the rate predicted by economists, the fastest in more than 2 years. New figures from S&P show that in February, British businesses were amongst the most optimistic in the world. Top of the league again, according to the ONS. Inflation has remained at the target 2% level. Now, in her BBC interview yesterday, the Chancellor, old habits die hard, glossed over those figures, putting on the most shocked expression she could muster to pretend that public finances are worse than she expected. But the root cause of the pressure on public finances, £400 billion of pandemic support, £94 billion of cost of living support, was never a secret. Indeed, the Labour Party supported those measures and in some cases called for us to go further. Nor were the difficult decisions we had to take to pay for them a secret either. When we had to increase borrowing, increase tax and reduce spending plans in the autumn statement of 2022, Labour did not oppose us. Like all chancellors, she faces fiscal challenges. Welcome to the job. But let me tell her, that job is a whole lot easier because faced with an economic crisis 2 years ago, Conservatives took decisions that her predecessor Labour government ducked completely after the financial crisis. And that's why she has a deficit of 4.4% this year compared to 10.3% left behind for the Conservatives in 2010. And she didn't just compare her inheritance to 2010. She claimed, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have the worst inheritance since the Second World War. Is she really saying that she faces conditions worse than Geoffrey Howe in 1979 with a winter of discontent, stagflation, 83% top rate of tax and a Labour government that went with a begging bowl to be bailed out by the IMF? And she knows perfectly well herself that claim is nonsense. Otherwise, why, in her first week, would she announce £7.3 billion of spending on her National Wealth Fund without a spending review, without a budget, and without any external validation from the OBR? As Paul Johnson of the IFS says, thanks to the OBR, the nation's books are wide open and fully transparent, so pretending things are worse than expected, his words, really won't wash. And as she establishes her reputation, it is surely unwise to base your big central argument on a claim so patently ridiculous. But we all know exactly why she's doing it. She wants to lay the ground for tax rises that she has been planning all along. And that leads to two major concerns on this side of the House. The first is this. She says her number one mission is growth. But all around the world, evidence suggests countries with higher taxes tend to grow more slowly. Lower taxes, when funded properly, boost growth, as we saw with full expensing and the national insurance cuts last year, both of which the OBR confirmed add to our GDP. But keeping taxes down is hard work. I saw the numbers she's seeing just a few weeks ago, and the official advice was clear. With public sector pay restraint, productivity plans, such as we announced in the budget, and welfare reform, it's perfectly possible to balance the books without tax rises. Not easy, but government never is, but not impossible. Yet all those three things, pay restraint, productivity improvements and welfare reform, were glaringly omitted from the King's speech. Instead, she's chosen an easier path. What Labour Party sources told The Guardian was a doctor's mandate to raise taxes. Now, she's ruled out raising income tax, national insurance and VAT. But she shouldn't think for one second that other tax rises will not impact working people. Capital gains tax destroys the pensions people build up over their lifetime. Business tax rises are passed on to customers, leading to higher bills, and taxes on banks and energy companies lead to fewer companies operating in the UK, a lower tax take, and less money for public services like the NHS. And that, to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the biggest contradiction in this new programme. A government that says it wants the fastest growth in the G7, but plans tax rises in the very same breath that will make that growth harder, if not impossible, to achieve. But even if such an approach is misconceived, it is nonetheless a legitimate choice for a governing party. What is not acceptable is just 18 days after the election to be laying the ground for tax rises after she promised us 50 times in the election campaign she had no plans to raise them. Exactly. Every Labour government in history has raised taxes and raised spending. If she wanted to do the same, she should have had the courage to make the case for that before the election. Instead, she is softening us up for a colossal U-turn that will lead to lower growth, less money for public services and massive public anger, which is why I commend to the House the amendment in the opposition's name.
The original question was that a humble address be presented to His Majesty, as on the order paper, since when Amendment H has been proposed, as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. The Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to open today's King's Speech debate on behalf of His Majesty's Government. And I always enjoy debating the Right Honourable Gentleman, though I must say I rather prefer doing it from this side of the chamber. I appreciate his generous words on my appointment and also his tribute to officials who I can confirm are indeed first-rate. It has been over 14 years since a Labour government was in office for a state opening of Parliament. 14 years of chaos, 14 years of economic irresponsibility, 14 years of wasted opportunities. And 14 years since there has been a Labour Chancellor of the Exchequer standing at this dispatch box. Today I pay tribute to my most recent Labour predecessor, the late Lord Darling. He was an outstanding Chancellor, a kind man and a good friend. Mr. Speaker, it is also the very first time that there has been a female Chancellor of the Exchequer. Now, on my arrival at the Treasury, I learnt that there is some debate about when the first Chancellor was appointed. It was either 800 years ago, when one Ralph de Leicester was given the title of Chancellor of the Exchequer for the first time. Alternatively, 900 years ago, when Henry the Treasurer was referenced in the Domesday Book. Or even 1,000 years ago, when Alfred the Great was in effect the first Master of the Mint. Either way, I am sure that the whole House would agree on one thing. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have waited far too long for a woman to be Chancellor of the Exchequer. And so I stand here today proud, but also deeply conscious of the responsibility that I now have. A responsibility to women across the country whose work is too often undervalued. And a responsibility to every young woman and girl who should know that there is no ceiling on their ambitions and no limit on their potential. I'll give way.
Very much. 7 Tory men have stood at the dispatch box over the last 14 years, and the result has been an economic crisis, crumbling public services and a cost of living crisis. Can we expect a change of approach from the new Chancellor and female Chancellor of the Exchequer?
Well, one thing is I hope to be in post for a bit longer than some of my predecessors. Madam Deputy Speaker, as tempting as it is, I don't intend to conduct a full sweep of the 1,000 years of economic history from the dispatch box today. I'm sorry. However, we must talk about the last 14 years. I warned that whoever won the general election would inherit the worst set of economic circumstances since the Second World War. And I've seen nothing to change my mind since I arrived at the Treasury. I will update the House on our public spending inheritance before Parliament rises for recess. And I heard what the Shadow Chancellor said from the dispatch box now and on the television yesterday, to claim that I should be grateful for what he has left us. Unbelievable. Because the Right Honourable Gentleman knows the truth, and he's now trying to rewrite history. In doing so, he has reminded the British people why the Conservatives lost the election. They're out of touch, deluded, and unable to defend the indefensible. And in the weeks ahead, it will become clear what his party did. They stored up problems, they failed to take the tough decisions, and then they ran away, leaving it to us, the Labour government, to pick up the pieces and clear up their mess. But today, I want to focus on one thing above all else: economic growth. Since 2010, Conservative Chancellor after Conservative Chancellor, including the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite, have stressed the importance of economic growth. We've had more growth plans than we've had Prime Ministers or Chancellors, and that's quite a lot. But growth requires more than talk. It requires action. Like so much else with the previous administration, when you scratch beneath the surface, the facade crumbles, and all that is left is the evidence of 14 years of failure. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I congratulate her on her appointment. She's making an excellent speech. Friday's ONS report showed that public sector borrowing was 25% higher than forecast. Does she agree with me that this underlines why it was so important to have a fully costed and fully funded manifesto to restore confidence in the public finances, and why it was a surprise that certain other parties did not follow the same route?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he speaks powerfully, and I want to pay tribute to the work that he did in the last Parliament, particularly around education and skills. I think it's a really important point, this, because the manifesto that we stood on, for me, the most important pages were the 3 grey pages at the back of the manifesto that set out all of our spending commitments and how they are paid for. And that was important because to earn the trust of the electorate, you have to be really clear of where the money is going to come from and what you're going to use it for. And that's what we did in our manifesto, and that's what we will do in government. Now, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Shadow Chancellor, made some points about GDP and comparing it with other countries. But since 2010, UK GDP per capita, and that's the most important measure because that is how people feel, the money that they have, it's grown slower than the G7 average, it's grown slower than the EU average, and it's grown slower than the OECD average. Treasury analysis that I requested when I became Chancellor shows that had the UK economy grown at the average OECD rate these last 14 years, our economy would be over £140 billion bigger today. This could have brought in an additional £58 billion of tax revenues in the last year alone, money that could have been used for our schools, our hospitals and other vital public services. Madam Deputy Speaker, growth is about more than just lines on a chart, though. It's about the money in people's pockets. And Treasury analysis shows that achieving the rate of growth of similar economies would have been worth more than £5,000 for every household in Britain. Now, the Shadow Chancellor stands up today and once again claims that he's bequeathed a great legacy. I mean, seriously, it's the first Parliament on record where living standards were lower at the end of the Parliament than they were at the start. The highest level of debt since the 1960s. The highest tax burden in 70 years. Mortgages through the roof. The economy only just recovering after last year's recession. Economic inactivity numbers last week showing a further rise. And borrowing numbers last week showing over £3 billion more borrowing than the OBR expected. That is their legacy. Madam Deputy Speaker, if that is such a good inheritance, I would hate to see what a bad one looks like. And I think deep down the Shadow Chancellor knows this. In fact, he does know it. Yesterday, the Shadow Chancellor admitted what we all know, that the manifesto that he campaigned on was undeliverable, that the money for the tax cuts that he promised simply was not there. And if the Shadow Chancellor wants to show the country that his party has listened, that they have learned from their mistakes, the Shadow Chancellor would have used his speech this afternoon to apologise, but he didn't. And it tells you everything you need to know about this Conservative Party. Party first, country second. Political self-interest ahead of the national interest. Irresponsibility before the public good. So let me say this to the Conservative Party. We will not stop holding you responsible for the damage that you have done to our economy and to our country. Never again will we allow them to crash our economy. They failed this country. They shied away from tough choices, and we won't repeat their mistakes. So it falls on us, this new Labour government, to fix the foundations so we can rebuild Britain and make every part of our country better off. We will govern through actions, not words, and we have already begun to do just that, because there is no time to waste. Less than 72 hours after I was appointed as Chancellor, I put growth at the very heart of our work. Working alongside my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, I set out reforms to our planning system. Reforms that the party opposite didn't deliver in 14 years. Restoring mandatory targets to build the homes that we desperately need. Ending the absurd ban on onshore wind to deliver homegrown, cheaper energy. And recovering planning appeals for key projects that have been sitting on the desks of government ministers in the last Parliament for far too long. Tough decisions that the Conservative Party already opposes. Why was this my first act as Chancellor? Because getting our economy growing is urgent. And this King's speech shows that we are getting to work. I'll happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful. On the matter of mandatory housing targets, having been a constituency MP for 23 years and seen this tried a number of different ways, could I humbly offer to her in all sincerity, there is such a thing as good development, but it only works if it's something that you do with people and not to people. And this Stalinist approach won't work.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been compared to a lot of things, but never compared to Joseph Stalin. Now, our approach is a brownfield-first approach, and we will reintroduce those mandatory targets, but of course it's up to local authorities and local communities to decide where the housing should be built. But the answer can't always be no, because if the answer is always no, we'll continue as we are, with home ownership declining and mortgages and rents going through the roof. And on this side of the House, we are not willing to tolerate this. Now, this King's speech shows that we are getting to work. As my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, set out, our programme for government will be founded on principles of security, fairness and opportunity. And our number one mission is to secure sustained economic growth in our great country through a new partnership between government, business and working people, which prioritises wealth creation for all of our communities. We will fix the foundations of our economy so we can rebuild Britain and make every part of our country better off. There are a number of important pieces of legislation in the King's speech that will help us to grow the economy. Today I want to focus on three in particular. The Budget Responsibility Bill to restore economic stability, the National Wealth Fund Bill to drive investment, and the Pension Scheme Bill to reform our economy. Because they speak not just to our programme for government, but also to trust in politics. They show that we will govern as we campaigned, and we will meet our promises to the British people. Madam Deputy Speaker, In the election campaign, I said that the first step that we would take would be to restore economic stability, because stability is the precondition to a healthy and growing economy. It is how we keep taxes, inflation and mortgages as low as possible. After years of irresponsibility, we are putting our economy on firm ground once again. We introduced the new Budget Responsibility Bill on Thursday to deliver on our manifesto commitment to introduce a fiscal lock, so that I can keep an iron grip on our country's finances. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm extremely grateful to the Chancellor. Thanks very much indeed. She and I sat on the Treasury Select Committee together many years ago, and she will know from our time together that economics is as much art as it is science. So given that she's effectively giving a veto over economic policy to the OBR through this bill, she must recognise that we need to understand what the people in the OBR believe, what their theories of economics are, what principles they attach themselves to. So what further scrutiny will be available for this House, for the chair of the OBR and the people who are doing the forecast, given that effectively they will be co-chancellor with her during the next few years?
Well, look, the Treasury Select Committee, as the Right Honourable Gentleman knows, can call in the Chair and other members of the Office of Budget Responsibility. But the comments from the Right Honourable Gentleman show exactly why we need this bill, so that never again can we have a repeat of the mini-budget. Now, this bill will require every announcement which makes significant and permanent changes to tax and spending to be subject to an independent assessment by the Office of Budget Responsibility. Why? Because unfunded, reckless commitments don't just threaten our public finances, they threaten people's incomes and they threaten people's mortgages. We saw that in the wake of the mini-budget presided over by the former member for South West Norfolk. Now, I understand that she's taken umbrage in recent days at the idea that this episode was disastrous. Well, if any member on the opposition benches would like to dispute that fact today, I'd be more than happy to give way. They cheered at the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, but they're not cheering it now, and I don't imagine they put that on their leaflets. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, they should be ashamed. They should be ashamed of what they did, because people up and down the country are still paying the price for the chaos that they caused. Well, we say never again. And the Budget Responsibility Bill will enshrine that commitment in law.
Will my right honourable friend give way?
I will give way, yes.
Well, those from the party opposite during the pandemic were awarded, their friends and family were awarded contracts for work that were never fulfilled. And my constituents in York Outer would love to know how can we get their money back, perhaps through the role of the COVID Corruption Commissioner.
Well, I enjoyed campaigning for my honourable friend in York Outer, and it's great to see him in his place today. Madam Deputy Speaker, stability means a tough set of fiscal rules, but it also means spending public money wisely, as my honourable friend says. The past government hiked taxes while allowing waste and inefficiency to spiral out of control. Nowhere was this more evident than during the pandemic, especially when it came to PPE, because the former Prime Minister, when he was Chancellor, signed cheque after cheque after cheque for billions of pounds worth of contracts that did not deliver for the NHS when it needed it. And that is simply unacceptable. So today I can announce that I am beginning the process to appoint a COVID Corruption Commissioner to get back what is owed to the British people. Because that money today in the hands of fraudsters belongs in our public services, and we want that money back. The Commissioner will report to me, working with the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, and their report will be presented to Parliament for all members to see. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will not tolerate waste. I will treat taxpayers' money with respect, and I will return stability to our public finances. Madam Deputy Speaker, the second bill I want to speak to today is the National Wealth Fund Bill. We know that economic stability is vital for investors and for business. The small business looking to grow, the global business looking to expand in the UK, the entrepreneur looking to take their first steps. And to support them, stability must sit alongside investment. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Chancellor for giving way, and I wonder, in relation to the effective use of public funds, whether she's aware not only of the alleged corruption of the way in which COVID aid was distributed. But if you look at the way that, in fact, a large number of tax loopholes exist in this economy, for example, in Cornwall, over £500 million of taxpayers' money was handed out to holiday homeowners, not only through COVID aid, but also through the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme, and indeed other tax loopholes, whilst at the same time only a third of that amount has gone into social housing for first-time users. So will the Chancellor look indeed at the whole issue of parity of the way in which public funds are used in order to support people who need housing?
Well, I would like to welcome the honourable member back to this place. I enjoyed sparring with him in my early days in Parliament, and it's great to see him back in the House. And the honourable gentleman is absolutely right that we need to get value for money for all tax incentives, and I will make sure that the Treasury, but also the Department, the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government looks at the changes that he suggests. The last government's record on investment was dismal. We now sit behind every single member of the G7 when it comes to business investment as a share of GDP. Now, that isn't an abstract economic problem. Weak investment holds back productivity and it hurts living standards. It leaves households poorer and it leaves wages lower. So this King's Speech deals directly with the need to unlock private investment through a new National Wealth Fund bill. This will be supported by an injection of capital, part funded by an increase to the windfall tax on oil and gas giants. It will make transformative investments in industries of the future, like carbon capture and storage and green hydrogen. It will mobilise billions of pounds worth of additional private sector investment in our industrial heartlands and coastal communities, while generating a return for taxpayers. The National Wealth Fund will work with local partners, including mayors, as well as the devolved administrations in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, to develop an investment offer which meets the needs of all of our nations and regions. It will simplify a complex landscape of support for businesses today, aligning key institutions like the UK Infrastructure Bank and the British Business Bank under one banner of the National Wealth Fund.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I'm very grateful to her, and I heartily applaud what she's saying about the renewed windfall tax. Will she also look at the fact that in this country we actually have the lowest basic rate of tax at 38%, I believe, on oil and gas companies anywhere in the world. The average is 74%. In this country, it has been 38%. Will she look at that?
Well, we committed in our manifesto, as the honourable gentleman knows, to have a 3 percentage point uplift from the current energy profits levy. And we will use that to fund the National Wealth Fund. The National Wealth Fund will power jobs and prosperity in all parts of our country. And this work is already well underway. I welcomed the report of the National Wealth Fund Task Force in my first week in office. And I want to thank the former Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, and the whole task force for their outstanding work. This bill will put the National Wealth Fund onto a statutory footing with clear objectives, crowding in private investment to create wealth right across Britain.
Will the Chancellor give way?
I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Chancellor for giving way. Under the Conservatives, businesses and working people were held back by a complete and abject failure to build the new homes that my constituents in Ealing Southall were crying out for, the laboratory spaces that will provide the jobs of the future, and the national infrastructure needed for businesses and working people to prosper. Will she assure this House that under her chancellorship we will finally get Britain building again?
Yeah. I welcome the election of my honourable friend in Ealing Southall, and I think her constituents in this whole House can see what a strong advocate will be for her local community. My honourable friend is absolutely right. We've got to get Britain building again. We've got to build the homes, the transport infrastructure, the energy infrastructure and the digital infrastructure that our country desperately needs. I'm very happy to take an intervention.
The Chancellor for giving way, but for giving me a chance to be intervened. But I can also ask the Chancellor this point. And when it comes to rebuilding and the house building programme at the Right Honourable Lady has suggested should happen. In the papers today, it suggests that people who earn a £70,000 mortgage, £70,000 wage can't get a mortgage. In Northern Ireland, those in a smaller wage can't get a mortgage either. So can I ask the Chancellor this direct and hopefully positive question with a positive answer? Is it possible that the issue of mortgages and access to mortgages for those who want to have accommodation rather than rental accommodation, that can happen? And what can the Chancellor do to make sure that everyone in the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland can benefit, as the Honourable Lady has quite clearly said they will? Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. One of the biggest challenges people have in getting a mortgage is building up the deposit. And that's why we've committed to a mortgage guarantee scheme to help those people who can't rely on the bank of mum and dad to be able to get on the housing ladder. That's a really important commitment, as well as that commitment to build the homes. Because frankly, unless you build more homes, you're going to find that home ownership continues to go backwards, as it did in the last few years. Alongside the stability and investment in our economy must come reform. Because to deliver economic growth requires tough choices. It means taking on vested interests and confronting issues that politicians have too often avoided. The last government refused to engage with these choices, and they refused to level with the British people about what was required. This government will be different. We've demonstrated that already with a series of reforms to our planning system, and we are bringing forward further legislation in the King's Speech to get Britain building. Today, I want to focus on another area of our economy where reform is vital: our pension schemes. People across our country work hard to save for the future. They want a better, more secure retirement with the most generous pension possible. At the same time, British businesses with high growth potential need capital to support their expansion. Pension funds are at the heart of this. There will soon be over £800 billion of assets in defined contribution pension schemes. But for too long, these assets have not been targeted towards UK markets. That has impacted British savers and it has impacted British business. The last government said that this was a problem too, and I welcome that acknowledgement. But they never introduced the legislation needed to make the change. We believe in deeds, not words, so we will strengthen investment from private pension providers by bringing forward the Pension Schemes Bill in the King's Speech. It will boost pension pots by over £11,000 through a new and improved value for money framework. And through an investment shift in DC schemes, just a 1% shift in asset allocation could deliver £8 billion of new productive investment into the UK economy. To ensure that the bill is as strong as possible, I am today launching a pensions investment review, led by the first ever joint Commons Minister appointed between the Treasury and the Department for Work and Pensions, the Honourable Member for Wickham, the Pensions Minister. This will include a review of the local government pension scheme, the 7th largest pension fund in the world, to ensure it is getting the best value from the savings of nearly 7 million public sector workers, the majority of whom are women and the majority of whom are low paid. They deserve a pension that is working for them. Together, these reforms will kickstart economic growth by unlocking investment which has been tied up for too long. I've already given way to the honourable gentleman. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know...
Could I just urge the House to think about interventions, because there is a very long list of members who want to speak and lots of people who want to make their maiden speech, and it would be great if you could all get in.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll be pleased to know that I won't apprise the House of every bill which supports economic growth in the King's Speech, but needless to say, there are many more. From the English Devolution Bill to transfer power back into the hands of local communities, to the Employment Rights Bill to make work pay, and the Great British Energy Bill to take back control of our country's energy and create new jobs across the United Kingdom. Growing our economy flows through almost every word of this address. Madam Deputy Speaker, the British people put their trust in us on the 4th of July to fix the foundations of our economy, to rebuild Britain, and to make every part of our great country better off. I do not take that trust for granted. We will not let people down, and I am ready to deliver the change that we need. I know it will take time. I know it will require hard work, but we are already getting on with the job. By ending a reckless, chaotic approach to economic management, by putting politics back in the service of working people, and by making economic growth our fundamental mission. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the address to the House.
Sarah Olney, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you in the chair, and it's a real pleasure to be contributing to this debate on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, not just because I'm speaking on behalf of so many more of them than I used to, but also because it gives me an opportunity to welcome the Chancellor of the Exchequer to her place, to express my personal congratulations on becoming the first woman in the UK's history to hold the position. I'm personally delighted. I spent many years working in banking and finance. I know how male-dominated those industries still are, and I wish the Honourable Lady well in her new role and look forward to working with her over the coming Parliament. The Liberal Democrats will be vigorous in scrutinising her plans, but we will always work in the national interest, and I can assure her of the support of these benches on all those matters on which we can agree. And I'm sure that one of the things on which we can certainly agree is that the Honourable Lady and her colleagues have received a dismal inheritance from the departing Conservative administration. The numbers reveal a dispiriting picture of low growth, high interest rates and a record fall in living standards, delivered by an out-of-touch and incompetent Conservative Party that took people for granted for years. Our constituents see this situation reflected in the increases in their mortgage payments, the hike in their energy bills, the prices they pay at the tills for their weekly shop. They see it in public services that are in a state of crisis and an NHS that is failing to deliver the care they need. Liberal Democrats welcome the sense of seriousness with which this King's Speech focuses on stability, reinvesting in our crippled public services and growing the economy. And while we welcome measures such as the introduction of an Industrial Strategy Council to coordinate policy on economic growth, the immediate and pressing problems that our constituents are facing in their everyday lives cannot just be addressed by centralised top-down institutions run from Whitehall. Our economy needs to grow from the bottom up, bringing prosperity to every community, taking away the barriers to entry for small businesses and enabling individuals all across the country to make the most of their skills and talents. And Liberal Democrats wants to see urgent measures introduced which will give immediate support to families and small businesses. While we were out on the doorsteps for the general election campaign, myself and my 71 colleagues heard clearly the message from our constituents that their biggest priority was fixing the NHS. We are here because we promised to fight hard for a better NHS for our constituents and for communities across the country, and that is why we are calling for the Chancellor to immediately draw up a budget for health and social care. Because you can't deliver economic growth without fixing the crisis in our NHS and in social care. NHS waiting lists are at an all-time high. It can take weeks to see a GP, and it is now almost impossible to see an NHS dentist. Everyone deserves access to the care they need, when they need it and where they need it. A successful health and social care system is fundamental to a fair society and our country's prosperity. And the failures of the Conservative administration led to a dramatic increase in the number of people experiencing long-term sickness conditions, and the Liberal Democrats will continue to push for public service investment to help reduce NHS waiting lists to get people back to work.
My honourable friend give way.
With pleasure.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that reforming social care is one of the most urgent priorities of this government? The Cornwall Hospital Trust recently announced that £26 million a year is spent on patients who are medically well but are unable to be discharged due to a lack of social care packages.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right, of course, and it's wonderful to see him in his place, and the people of North Cornwall will be well served by his championing of social care in particular, and that is why it was front and centre of the Liberal Democrat manifesto in the general election. The most direct way to alleviate poverty is to increase the money paid to the poorest households. We know that those of our fellow citizens currently living in the severest poverty are likely to be families with small children. Growing up in poverty affects children's educational chances and is likely to impact their physical and mental health, holding them back from achieving their true potential. Taking immediate steps to tackle child poverty should therefore be a priority. We believe that removing the two-child cap is the most cost-effective way of immediately lifting 500,000 children out of poverty, while helping to make costs more manageable for parents. This would have a direct benefit to families struggling with a cost-of-living crisis. Not only do we have a moral obligation to change this unnecessary policy, but it's the most cost-effective way of alleviating poverty with a broad range of economic advantages, including supporting more parents back into the workforce. So I urge the Chancellor of the Exchequer to remove the two-child limit on social security payments in her first budget to ensure that all families who need it receive immediate reassurance and support. But families of all sizes are suffering under the cost of living crisis and desperately need help. Our schools are increasingly having to battle the effects of poverty to ensure that children are able to attend school and have the best possible chance of reaching their potential. And too many children are distracted from their lessons because they haven't had enough to eat. The Liberal Democrats set out plans in their manifesto for free school meals for all children living in poverty, with an ambition to extend them to all children once public finances allow. The Liberal Democrats are calling on the government to consider funding free school meals as a priority to alleviate the pressure on the finances of the families who are struggling the most, and it will contribute to positive educational outcomes that will benefit us all in the future. The Liberal Democrats welcome many of the measures in the King's speech that aim to boost economic growth, and we support the government's objectives to make this a priority. We welcome moves to boost stability and to provide strategic leadership via an Industrial Strategy Council and to increase investment through pension reform. However, our small businesses and our local high streets need immediate support, and the government needs to do more to ensure that economic growth can reach every part of the United Kingdom and that small businesses and entrepreneurs can quickly rediscover the confidence that they need to invest after years of Conservative chaos and mismanagement. Liberal Democrats want to see more direct support which will impact local community businesses. We believe we need swift action specifically to tackle high energy costs, and we continue to call for business rate reform. A new Parliament represents a real opportunity to begin to properly rebuild our trading relationships with Europe. And in speaking with many small business owners, I understand the pressures and limitations that current trade deals with Europe pose to businesses. We must tackle the arduous legislation surrounding importing and exporting goods, which significantly limits the opportunities for small businesses to grow. The Liberal Democrats have a comprehensive plan to rebuild trust and cooperation with Europe, and we understand this to be a crucial aspect of the support which businesses urgently need. We welcome the government's acknowledgement of the need to reform the apprenticeship levy. However, we'd like to see them go further and replace the current scheme with a broader and more flexible skills and training levy. And we hope the government will join us in encouraging the take-up of apprenticeships, particularly for young people, in supporting our calls to guarantee they are paid at least the national minimum wage by scrapping the lower apprentice rate. We understand the broad economic benefits of supporting the development of skilled workers and are optimistic of the advantages that this could bring to business. The recent years of chaos and irresponsible Conservative administration has left a substantial challenge for the new government to tackle. We do not underestimate the work which lies ahead of us, getting the economy back up and running, nurturing an environment which will allow businesses to thrive, and restoring the public services which provide care for people when they need it. My Liberal Democrat colleagues and I will hold the new government to account to ensure that they deliver on the promises which were outlined by His Majesty on Wednesday as we work to rectify the damage done by the Conservatives, rebuild our economy by supporting individual communities, small businesses and urgently investing in health and social care. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I think it is self-evident the dilemma that we face, and that is there are many right honourable and honourable members who want to speak, and we will do all we can to get in as many people as possible, but unfortunately there will now be a 5-minute limit on speeches. The clock will not be used for maiden speeches, but we would ask you to keep an eye on the time. Byrne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an absolute honour to be able to speak in this King's Speech debate, and it's an absolute privilege to have heard the Chancellor, the first female Chancellor in our history, deliver such a remarkable opening salvo in this debate. I want to say a word not just about the King's Speech itself, but on the strategy behind the King's Speech. Because when the Chancellor and my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, launched our manifesto, there was a clear ambition at its heart, and that was to ignite a revolution in wealth creation in this country. A revolution in wealth creation, not just for some, but for all. And that strategy was absolutely right, because amongst the worst of our inheritance is the scandal, the moral emergency of the inequality of wealth that now scars our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, you and I could take a walk this afternoon down to a coffee bar called Shot in Mayfair, where they would serve us coffee for £265 a shot. We could go next door to a restaurant called Arugula, where they serve steak for £900 apiece. Some, if they were lucky enough, could book a night at the Raffles Hotel for £25,000. These are extraordinary prices, but not unremarkable in a country that now has the highest level sales of Rolls-Royces, super yachts and private jets. And yet this absurdity of affluence sits alongside a country where we had over 1,000 people die homeless on the last figures, where we have tens of thousands of people who now die from the diseases of poverty, where we have 2.1 million people who can only put food on the table because of the tender mercies of food banks. That is the inequality of wealth that this government has been bequeathed. It is illustrated perhaps best by one figure, that the wealth of the top 1% has grown by 31 times the wealth of everybody else over the last 14 years. That's why my right honourable friend was right to say there has to be a revolution in wealth creation in this country, not just for some, but for all. Now, the measures that my right honourable friend has set out are the right measures. A plan for growth, a plan to devolve economic power out of the paralysis of Westminster and Whitehall down to mayors and local councils, to put alongside that a revolution in planning law and infrastructure law and skills finance. My urge to my friends on the front bench is to maximise the amount of power that is held locally, because it is local people, local leaders who know best how to grow our economy. Now, if we have a growing economy, the key is to then make sure that that growth is fairly shared. That's why the Employment Rights Bill is so important, because, as my right honourable friend said, there hasn't been a growth in living standards for over 14 years. That is why we need to make sure that there is a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. Alongside that, the Draft Equality Act is extremely important, and I would urge my right honourable friend to go further and actually to use the consolidation of pension funds to inaugurate an era of civic capitalism in this country, where we are using the combined £2 trillion worth of pension savings in this country to actually encourage businesses that are good, not businesses that are bad. The kinds of businesses that my right honourable friend revealed when she was a brilliant chair of the Select Committee on Business and Trade, and the kind of scandals which we exposed in the last Parliament in McDonald's, in Asda, in other firms, frankly, who are behaving in a way that would have been reminiscent of Victorian capitalism. Now, once we have begun raising incomes, we must help people build wealth. That is why the changes to the housing market that my right honourable friend proposed are so important. And if we can underpin that, if we can maximise investment into the infrastructure of this country by ensuring that there is a national wealth fund, I would go further. I would actually ask my right honourable friend to look at how we can put together not just the National Wealth Fund, but also the Crown Estate Fund 2, which is set for reform in this bill. We could go a step further and actually review the whole portfolio of investments that are held by the government and indeed by UK government investments. The last government made some pretty strange investments during COVID, including, I understand, shares in Bolton Wanderers, shares in a bespoke boutique whisky company, and it is even said in some newspapers, shares in a strange firm which organises international sex parties called Killing Kittens. So I would say to my friends on the front bench, it is time that we had a doomsday book that consolidated assets in this country. Let's look at what we need and what we don't, and crucially, let's look at how we maximise dividends that go to ordinary working people in this country to help them build wealth for themselves. Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps I could just conclude with this. On this side of the House, we have long known that the only way that we deliver and maximise freedom and opportunity for people in this country, the only way that we make those freedoms and opportunities real is if there is security. And there is no security without wealth. And that's why the ambition my right honourable friend set out is right. Not simply to build a wealthy democracy, but a democracy of wealth.
Dame Harriett, Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by adding my congratulations to the Chancellor for being the first woman to hold that office in history of our country. At this rate, the Labour Party might even have a female Prime Minister sometime this century. And I'd also like to thank the Shadow Chancellor for everything he did while in office. And in particular, I want to thank the voters of West Worcestershire for returning me back here for the 5th time. And that I was actually one of those who were here in 2010. And it is ironic that I should be following the member for Hodge Hill, because he was the one who left that famous note that said, "I'm sorry, there is no money left." If you want to know what a bad economic legacy looks like, I was here in 2010 when we received it from the party opposite. The deficit was over 10% and rising. Unemployment was over 8%. In fact, inflation was nearly twice its target, and the banking system had just collapsed and had to be bailed out by taxpayers. If you contrast that with the economic legacy of 2024 that the new government inherits, you can see that despite the economic costs of the pandemic and of the energy crisis, that the UK is enjoying the fastest growth in the G7, that unemployment is now half the rate that it was back in 2010, and that inflation is back on target. We have a well-capitalised banking system almost completely out of taxpayers' hands, and wages are now rising faster than inflation, and we're the fourth largest exporter in the world. Don't take my words for it, Madam Deputy Speaker, take the words of the IMF, which in a recently published report said that the economy in the UK is approaching a soft landing, with growth recovering faster than expected, inflation fallen faster than envisaged, and the banking system remains healthy. And that's why I approach the economic measures in the King's speech with a degree of trepidation, because it seems to me they come at a time when the economy was back on track. And while I agree that securing economic growth is a fundamental mission of government, I would personally add the words non-inflationary in front of that mission. And I've looked through this King's speech, and I can't see any measures that magic up economic growth. Growth doesn't just happen because you write it into the King's speech. In my time as chair of the Treasury Select Committee, we had the opportunity to actually have a private session with the IMF. And I think it's very interesting to observe that many of the measures that have been put forward by the government in the King's speech are ones that were in the IMF's prescription for the UK economy. Things like reforming, planning and building on our beloved green belt, they were from the IMF. Strengthening the role of the Office for Budget Responsibility, they were from the IMF. Crowding in private capital on net zero projects via a national wealth fund, they're from the IMF. So what else does the IMF want? Well, colleagues may not be surprised to learn that they also want to see more taxes. They don't quite say it like that. They call it closing tax loopholes or mobilising additional revenues. Some of the ones that we heard in our private session with the IMF are as follows. Setting capital gains tax rates in line with income tax rates. I hope that the front bench will rule that one out. Subjecting the sale of your primary residence to capital gains tax. I hope the front bench will rule that one out. Ending the inheritance tax loopholes like pensions, family businesses and farms. I hope the front bench will rule that one out. Revaluing all of England's homes for council tax, especially those over £320,000 in value. I hope the front bench will rule that one out. The IMF also like the idea of road pricing. I hope the front bench will rule that one out. They want to bring forward the date at which the state pension age increases considerably. So given that these are all tax measures that the IMF recommends, I am sure they are ones that the Chancellor is beginning to contemplate. So when the government responds to today's debate, I hope they will specifically rule those things out, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the tax rises that the government admits to already are bad enough. The pensioner tax, the tax on education, the regulatory costs galore. Let's hear some specific denials on those other taxes to when they respond to this debate.
Georgia Gould, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to speak in a debate with so many strong female representatives, the Honourable Member for Worcestershire and I am really honoured to speak in a debate led by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer, who has shown today what a force for change she is. And I found it incredibly moving to hear from MPs from across these benches talk with such love and dedication about the places they represent. And it has given this Parliament a deep grounding in the stories of people from every part of the UK. And I feel deeply the trust put in me by the people of Queen's Park and Maida Vale. In speaking here, I stand on the shoulders of some extraordinary women who represented the different parts of Queen's Park and Maida Vale. My honourable friend, the member for Brent East, someone who breaks through glass ceilings and lifts others up behind her. Nothing ever dims her spirit and passion to tackle injustice. And you only need to walk down Harlesden High Street with her to see how she inspires people by her example and sometimes her music. And my honourable friend, the member for Hampstead and Highgate, a formidable campaigner who was in this chamber the day that she was due to give birth because she needed to give her constituents a voice, and who did not stop campaigning until her constituent, Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, was safely home with her family. Those who know her will quickly learn that she never, ever gives up, and she is always a voice for the people that she cares about. And Karen Buck, who gave an extraordinary 27 years of service to the residents of Westminster North. I was at a school in my constituency last week where the head said that Karen is the 4th emergency service, always at the end of the phone, ready to help. And I remember going to an elderly people's lunch, and the residents there were like, you know, you can be our MP, you're very nice, just make sure that Karen comes to our residents' meeting in July. The wonderful team at the House Library sent me Karen's maiden speech, and it was no surprise to me that it was a passionate call to action on the housing conditions of her constituents. And this passion has not dimmed for a second and can be heard in every line of her 37 interventions in the Renters Reform Bill over 25 years later. She has shown that somebody with community running through their veins can move mountains. And I will work every day to live up to the women that came before me, including Madam Deputy Speaker and her sister Baroness McDonough, who showed both of them such amazing dedicated service and themselves never give up on fighting for their constituents and the people of this country. Queen's Park and Maida Vale is a place that means a huge amount to me. My great-grandfather came over to the UK when he was a teenager, fleeing the poverty and pogroms of Lithuania, and worked his way up to open a shop on Kilburn High Road. My family have lived and worked in the area ever since. Growing up in the heart of London, attending Horfield Primary School, and seeing how many children were cut out of the opportunities on their doorstep has driven me ever since. And the need we're seeing now is worse than ever. My inbox, my surgeries are full of people who are facing homelessness crisis, skipping meals to feed their families, all in walking distance of this chamber. And Queen's Park and Maida Vale is a place with huge need, but it's also a place with huge heart. It's a place that has welcomed not just my family, but families from so many different backgrounds. We're home to the Bangladeshi Catering Association, the Lauderdale Road Synagogue, the UK Albanian Muslim Community and Cultural Centre, Harlesden, the unofficial capital of reggae and the starting point of so many iconic artists and producers, and Kilburn, a centre of creativity with a claim to be the birthplace of cinema, and the amazing diverse community of Church Street. We're a community that's rich in spirit and dynamism. In 1879, Queen's Park was chosen to host the Royal Agricultural Show. It's like the Victorian equivalent of the Olympics. And it was a very British affair. It rained most of the time, but ordinary people campaigned to preserve the open space, and it's still a thriving park today. And down the road, Walterton and Elgin Community Homes is a shining example of community leadership. We also have the country's only urban parish council. And Queen's Park is the birthplace of the pride of West London, Queen's Park Rangers Football Club. And I can tell you that being a QPR fan is almost as good as this chamber to get to know the communities of the UK. Rainy days in Cardiff, Preston, Southend, Tranmere, embracing again and again the triumph of hope over experience. And I've always been an optimist, and despite 14 tough years in local government, including 7 as Camden Council leader, I've never lost hope. because every day I can see the power of communities. I was elected as a councillor in 2010, and at events when people used to say to me, "What do you do?" I'd proudly say to them, "I'm a councillor," and they'd say, "That's so wonderful, you do such wonderful work as a therapist." And I'd have to say, no, not that kind of councillor, I'm a Labour Party councillor, and you could see them either swiftly go and get a drink or talk to me about dog mess. And street cleaning and rubbish collection are essential services that councils deliver. My honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Erdington, once introduced me as the person that makes sure Keir Starmer's bins are collected. But we often forget how much more local government is. I see this every day watching the work of Brent and Westminster, two brilliant Labour councils in my constituency. Councils are lifelines for communities. They provide care for children and adults who most need support. They're leaders of place, bringing services and people together to make change. I've seen local government staff go above and beyond time and time again, fueled by love and dedication, because there was no one else there, whether that's working with communities to deliver food during COVID or to support Afghan evacuees. When things have been hard, they've held together our communities, finding unity in difference. The gracious speech sets out bold new proposals in the English Devolution Bill to unlock the energy and creativity of communities. It sets out bills to fulfil the long-held campaign of Karen Bucks to end no-fault evictions and reform the leasehold system. And the proposals will support the people of Queen's Park and Maida Vale, who come out every day to build their community. The youth workers, the community gardeners, the North Paddington Food Bank that wish they didn't have to exist. People putting hope into action because they believe that things can change. And I know as I sit in this chamber, I will have their voices and stories with me, but also the stories I've heard from honourable members across the UK. We all have that in common, the privilege and the responsibility of bringing the voices of our community to this place. We may debate and disagree, but I hope to always listen and learn, and remember that we are being entrusted to weave those stories, hopes and ambitions together for a national vision for this country, one that governs for all and leaves no one behind.
Suella Braverman. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to congratulate the Honourable Lady the Member for Queen's Park and Maida Vale on a simply superb speech. It's been made in the best traditions of the House. She's done her constituents' pride, and I know that she brings huge amounts of expertise and commitment to this House. I wish her all the best going forward. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to put on record my thanks to the good people of Fareham and Waterlooville for sending me back to Parliament. We had a fantastically energetic, let's put it that way, campaign, a very hard-fought campaign, and I'm very honoured and humbled to have the privilege to speak on their behalf in this chamber. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was one thing that struck me in the King's speech. It wasn't the long list of policies that will no doubt damage our economy. It wasn't the vague promises that will not survive contact with reality. No, Madam Deputy Speaker, for me, the thing that was conspicuous by its absence was the total failure of the Labour government to deal with child poverty and scrap the two-child benefit cap on welfare. Yes, you heard that right. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am rising.
Can I ask that we show respect and listen to the member's speech?
A bit of surprise I detect on the benches opposite, but I am indeed rising to speak on behalf of scrapping the cap. Now, in the grand tapestry of British politics, where the warp and weft of policy and principle interlace, it isn't often that you will find a Conservative MP find threads of agreement with friends across the aisle. And here we are, discussing a proposal backed by Labour MPs, led by the honourable member, the member for Liverpool Riverside, backed by the Lib Dems, the SNP, and many opposition parties. And it's one with which I agree, because it speaks to my profound sense of justice and, dare I say, compassion. And I'm rising today to talk about why, as Conservatives, we can and should back scrapping the cap. Now, let's just rewrite history, because there's been a lot of nonsense from the Labour front bench about the situation that we inherited in 2010. To put simply, we inherited no less than an economic catastrophe, and we worked hard to retrieve that situation. The deficit stood at 10% in 2010. We've got that down to 1.9%. Public sector net borrowing was at 10%. We've got that down to 3%. We were in a deep recession, and we now have the fastest growing economy in the G7. So we had to make incredibly difficult decisions back in 2010 to reduce our welfare bill. But it remains clear to me that with those welfare reforms, spearheaded by my right honourable friend, the member for Woodford Green and Chingford, where we overhauled an overly complex bureaucratic system and have helped millions of people get back into work. 4 million people are now in work compared to 2010. The unemployment rate is down to 4.4%, almost half of what it was in 2010. We can make changes to some of the decisions that we made back then. And it's clear to me from my work with vulnerable families in Fareham that the cap isn't working. It's pushing more children and families into relative poverty. It's causing them to use more food banks. And that's why there are 3 good reasons for scrapping the cap.
Thanks very much for giving way. I wonder if the Honourable Lady might say to the House, first of all, who introduced the cap and why, and which way that the Honourable Lady voted when it went through this House.
Yes, well, I just set out the parlous economic situation forced us to make very difficult and indeed impossible choices. But thanks to the improved economics, thanks to the improvements brought about by universal credit, I believe it is now time to put child poverty first and scrap the cap. And there are 3 big reasons why we can support this as Conservatives. First of all, it's affordable. For about £1.7 billion, i.e. 0.14% of total government spending, we could quickly bring about 300,000 children out of poverty. As I say, with the improved situation, I believe that is the fair and right thing to do. Secondly, the reason why it was introduced in the first place, i.e. to disincentivise poorer families from having more children, has not necessarily worked. The number of children born has remained relatively stable. And as the Joseph Rowntree Foundation found, heartbreakingly, 43% of those children in larger families are finding themselves in poverty. The children hardest hit are those under 4. And it's affecting predominantly younger children and those in large families. I believe this cap is aggravating child poverty, and it's time for it to go. Now, I know about the argument, don't have children if you can't afford them. For me, that's not compassionate, it's not fair, it's not the right thing to do. And lastly, we should, as Conservatives, be proudly and loudly the party of family. For those families on lower incomes, we should encourage families to have more children. At those families on middle incomes and higher incomes, we should change our tax regime so that they are incentivised to have children. We have better parental leave policies, better childcare provision policies, and better maternity care. I'm a Conservative because I believe in the strength and the sovereignty of the family unit. We should be supporting it, not suppressing it. This is not about right or left. This is about right or wrong. Let's come together in a spirit of compassion and common sense to scrap the cap and end child poverty for good.
Sarah Sackman, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Fareham. Like some of you, I'm somewhat surprised at her rewriting of recent economic history. She's had 14 years to fix the problems of child poverty and done precious little to do that. And listening today to the Chancellor of the Exchequer lay out this government's plans to restore economic stability and growth to this country, it's that that's going to lift millions of children out of poverty in the long term. It is a privilege to stand here today representing the place where I was born and raised, Finchley and Golders Green. I'd like to start by paying tribute to my predecessor, Mike Freer. Whilst we disagreed on many things, Mike was dedicated to our area, both as a Member of Parliament and as leader of Barnet Council. I admire his commitment to public service and, in particular, his role in securing equal marriage legislation for same-sex couples, a legacy that he can take enormous pride in. But the circumstances under which Mike decided not to stand for re-election are appalling. We should have been able to face each other on the basis of our ideas. But Mike's life and office were threatened by those who believe in the bullet, not the ballot box. It is a stark reminder of the fragility of our democracy, both at home and abroad. And I want to use my time in this place to stand up for the democratic values and processes that I believe in. Witnessing the dignified and smooth transition of power last week on all sides of this House is something that we can take pride in. We must ensure that we work together to defend the safety of public servants, and I want to wish Mike and his husband Angelo all the best in their future. Yeah. I also want to pay tribute to the much-missed Dr. Rudy Viz, who holds a special place in the heart of my local community, not least as the first Labour member to represent this special patch of North London. Madam Deputy Speaker, in over a century, I'm only the second person of my party to be sent to this place by the people of Finchley and Golders Green. I'm also only the second woman. Some members may remember the first. When Mrs. Thatcher entered this place, she was made to wait 2 whole years to make her maiden speech. But in our era of breakneck news cycles, and with so much work that I want to do, having to wait just 2 weeks has felt like a very long time. Having delayed long enough, Mrs. Thatcher didn't waste a second when she rose to her feet, breaking convention by making her maiden speech on a private member's bill which she introduced. "This is a maiden speech," she said, her sonorous tones echoing through this hallowed place. "But I know the constituents of Finchley would not wish me to do other than come straight to the point." The people of Finchley and Golders Green rightly remain as demanding of their elected officials today, so I too will come straight to the point. Like Mrs. Thatcher, I'm a patriot, and I want our communities and our country to prosper and be an influence on the global stage. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, unlike her, I fundamentally believe there is such a thing as society. Yeah. Society isn't an abstract idea to be buried in sociological essays. You can see it in the rich tapestry of communities that come together across Finchley and Golders Green. I may be the first female, Jewish, Gibraltarian MP from this constituency, but I would not be here without the support of my neighbours and my community, the Cypriot community, the Somali Bravermanese, the Kosovan, the Japanese, the Irish and Hindu communities, the lawyers and the Uber drivers, the charity workers and the campaigners, the Spurs fans and the fans of some other North London team. Where in recent times some politicians have chosen to use North Londoner as an insult, my constituents and I wear it as a badge of pride. It symbolises a place which celebrates diversity, hard work and looking out for your neighbour. Our diversity comes as no surprise to anyone familiar with the history of our area. Where else can boast the parish where Archbishop Desmond Tutu honed his ministry in the terrible years of exile during apartheid in South Africa, and the childhood home of the late and great Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, a man who taught us that a good society is one that offers all of its members equal access to hope. It was in East Finchley that George Michael first tinkled on the ivories and Amy Winehouse first took the stage. Finchley and Golders Green has a quiet radicalism baked into its history. Take Hampstead Garden Suburb, where I grew up, a project driven by the extraordinary Henrietta Barnett in the early 20th century. One of the first garden cities, it was a groundbreaking development. She also set up Toynbee Hall in London's East End, where I began my legal career as a volunteer at the Free Legal Advice Centre. I saw there just how important the law could be for tenants facing eviction and women suffering unequal pay. And now I want to take those values of access to justice and a commitment to the rule of law into my new role as Solicitor General. When in 1907 we witnessed the opening of Golders Green Underground Station, adverts at the time dubbed our area a place of delightful prospects. And I can vouch never a truer word has been spoken. But this place of delightful prospects has suffered in recent years. My community has witnessed rising levels of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. These are a scourge on our society, and as long as I am in office, I will tirelessly call them out and work to eradicate them. Our community today is increasingly becoming a place of busy food banks and empty mansions. Inequality is writ large, stunting people's health and potential. Many across Finchley and Golders Green are struggling with the spiralling cost of living. This has to change, not just in my constituency, but across the whole country. Our NHS is broken, the prisons are full, the police can't respond when they're called out, our teachers aren't supported to deliver. We need to get Britain back on track, and the bills set out in the King's speech are exactly what we need to take the brakes of the economy and restore and rebuild our public services. My constituents are raring to go, whether it's the Brent Cross Town development, one of the largest regeneration developments in Europe, or our brilliant high street businesses and local entrepreneurs. All we need to get growing is a government that's on our side. Well, we have that government now. So to quote my famous predecessor, let's get straight to the point and let's get on with the change that Britain truly needs.
We're a Hobhouse.
Deputy Speaker. The shift to a green economy represents the most significant transformation for centuries. We must reverse a damaging rhetoric from the failed Conservative government that the economy will suffer if we are uncompromising in our ambition to get to net zero. This is not an either-or of economic growth or investing in the green economy. The green economy is at the heart of economic growth. We must end our reliance on oil and gas. Renewables would mean cheaper energy bills across the country, and we would no longer be reliant on dictators like Vladimir Putin using natural gas as a weapon. As well as being more affordable, renewables are the best route to energy security. Under the Tory party, renewable projects have faced long delays and costs have skyrocketed. The new government's reversal of the de facto ban on new onshore wind is welcome. We are also glad restrictions on new solars have been reversed. And while we share the ambitions of the government in their climate agenda, we Liberal Democrats will always ensure that these projects have local buy-in. Local authorities must play a leading role in delivering climate action, and the communities that host the new infrastructure must directly benefit from it. For example, there is huge growth potential in community energy, and we Liberal Democrats are calling for small-scale renewable energy generators to receive a guaranteed fair price for the electricity that they sell back to the grid. Community benefit and individual economic incentives are crucial to securing support and active participation in our energy transition. In both the Labour and the Lib Dem manifestos, there is a clear commitment to tightening energy efficiency standards for private landlords to meet. National Energy Action have warned that the statutory fuel poverty target cannot be met without doing so. The King's speech provided an opportunity for the new government to set this as a priority in the new Renters' Bill, but it was missed out. And I hope the government will hear this and ensure that improvements to energy efficiencies for renters materialises before this situation worsens. Under the previous Conservative government, the cost of living crisis has been exacerbated by the crisis in travel costs, particularly for commuters. It is not clear how Labour's plan for nationalisation will do anything to alleviate the high cost of travelling by rail. We urge the new government to freeze rail fares and simplify ticketing to ensure regular users are paying a fair and affordable price. And for too long, Madam Deputy Speaker, decisions over local transport have been centralised. Liberal Democrats have long argued for lifting the ban on local authorities franchising buses. It is reassuring to see the government recognises the importance of local decision-making. However, councils will need adequate resourcing to expand services. We are yet to see a strategy for this. We would also like to see a long-term plan from government for further electrification of the rail network. Not doing so would be a dereliction of duty to reduce emissions and improve air quality. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I really look forward to working together constructively with the new government to turbocharge our energy to get to net zero, and make sure that we really improve our green public transport and grow the huge opportunities of a green economy.
Andrew Lewin, maiden speech.
Yay! Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden speech in this debate. And can I say it is a privilege to follow the first female Chancellor in history and then to follow two inspiring maiden speeches from these benches for the members for Queen's Park and Maida Vale and Finchley and Golders Green. It is an honour to sit alongside you on the government benches, and your communities are very lucky to have you both. Now, I've given careful thought to my remarks today, as you would imagine, but it is safe to say that this is not the most anticipated maiden speech ever associated with Welwyn Hatfield. And the reason for that is on the 20th of November 1558, Elizabeth I gave her inaugural address as Queen from Hatfield House in my constituency. Irrespective of how the next few minutes go, I think her place in history is safe. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am especially grateful to be called in a debate on the economy. My constituency is anchored by two new towns that flourished under a previous Labour government. Hatfield and Welwyn City were incorporated as new towns together under a single development corporation on May the 20th in 1948. And the growth of Hatfield and Welwyn City played an important role in the rebuilding and reimagining of life in our part of our country after the horrors of the Second World War. I believe if we're to succeed in growing our economy, we have to rediscover the ambition and the vision that was embodied by those who designed and carefully planned our two great towns. Madam Deputy Speaker, my predecessor as the MP for Welwyn Hatfield was the Right Honourable Grant Shapps, who served our community for 19 years and will be well known to all members of this House. In fact, he will probably be familiar to anybody who was watching a morning TV programme on the news at any point over the last 5 years. But before I talk to Grant's legacy, I want to start with a message of reassurance to the Labour whips and my colleagues. I have no desire to hold quite so many cabinet positions as he did, and certainly not in such a short period of time. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to solemnly reflect on the personal and professional commitment that Grant Shapps made to the people of Ukraine. After the Russian invasion in 2022, he opened his family home to provide sanctuary to 3 generations of a Ukrainian family. Innocent people whose lives were turned upside down by Putin's unprovoked act of aggression. In the last Parliament, more than 200,000 Ukrainians were welcomed to our country under the Ukraine Family Scheme and the Ukrainian Sponsorship Scheme. An initiative that I believe showed our country at its best, open and welcoming in an hour of grave need. We serve in this House of Commons at a time when our wider political discourse can often be angry and divisive. Of course we will disagree in this House, and passionately so. Our constituents rightly expect us to always stand up for our community and our values, and I will certainly try to do just that. But I think we can too easily forget what unites us. Where we agree, let us have the confidence to say so. My predecessor was right to champion the people of Ukraine and the cause of freedom and democracy. I commend him for it and wish him well in whatever comes next. Madam Deputy Speaker, Welwyn Hatfield is a constituency rich in history. Welwyn Village and Walmer Green were both Roman settlements, and Welwyn is one of the few places in the country believed to have been occupied continuously for 2,000 years. And nearly 400 years after Hatfield was home to Queen Elizabeth I, local people made an important contribution to the defeat of Nazi tyranny. The RAF's Mosquito fighter bomber was developed at the de Havilland Airfield and Aircraft Factory in Hatfield. And Welwyn Garden City has a unique place in history too. The creation of Ebenezer Howard, who was the father of the Garden City movement. His immaculately planned and tree-lined streets like Parkway in Welwyn Garden City are still true to his vision from nearly 100 years ago. Despite our wonderful history, what has struck me when walking around our towns and villages is of too many projects on hold and potential going unfulfilled. Take the iconic shredded wheat silos. Designed by Louis de Soissons in 1926 and a defining feature of Welwyn Garden City for decades, the site has laid virtually dormant since the factory closed in 2008. And in central Hatfield, a similar story. Queensway House is comprised of 66 units that were once all social housing. In November 2019, after a ballot of residents, a majority decided it was time to demolish and to rebuild. Nearly 5 years later, Queensway House is still standing. It looms over the centre of Hatfield as a symbol of the inertia that has captured our politics for too long. I'm determined that changes. The centre of Hatfield is one part of our community that most urgently needs investment in good quality housing and social infrastructure, and I will be a champion for it in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, Welwyn Hatfield is a growing and increasingly diverse community. In just the last few months, I've attended the World Street Food Festival in Welwyn Garden City, the first ever Diwali celebration in White Line Square in Hatfield, and the ever-popular Welwyn Festival on Singler's Marsh. We're home to prominent national businesses, including Tesco and Ocado in Hatfield, and to the thriving University of Hertfordshire. The university will soon be opening its state-of-the-art Spectra building for physics, engineering and computer science. And yes, Mr Vice-Chancellor, as this will be on Handside, please consider this my formal bid for an invitation to the opening. Mr Speaker, I believe a new Parliament is a time for... Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe a new Parliament is a time for ambition and optimism. Welwyn Hatfield blossomed when Attlee's Labour government put housing and carefully planned communities at the centre of its agenda for change. Nearly 80 years later, we have another majority Labour government with a mandate for national renewal. This is a moment for opportunity, and each of us on these benches has a responsibility to play our part in realising it. For as long as I serve in this House of Commons, I will always do my utmost to champion Welwyn Hatfield, to respect our history and be an agent for change.
I would just like to give a reminder to the House, not that the next person I'm going to call needs this reminder, but for those of us who could be described as veteran members, it is custom to praise maiden speeches. Andrew Rosindell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I say what a pleasure it is to follow the member for Welwyn Hatfield. He spoke with great eloquence and also passion about his constituency. I know what a wonderful moment it is to give a maiden speech. We all have that honour when we enter the House, and I welcome him to his place. I look forward to working with him in the years to come. Of course, Hertfordshire is a neighbouring county to where my own constituency is located. Essex and Hertfordshire are twin counties. So we're neighbours in some senses, and I very much look forward to hearing more from him in the months and years ahead. But could I also say, and I think it may have been forgotten by one of our colleagues earlier, to welcome the member for Finchley and Golders Green, a constituency I know well. I campaigned for Mrs Thatcher in 1983 as a young Conservative at the age of 17. So I know Ballard's Lane very well, and I've often been to Margaret Thatcher House, and I have to say I commend the Honourable Lady on her kindness and the generous words that she spoke about, not only of Margaret Thatcher, but of my friend Mike Freer, who we were sad to lose at this election. I know she's going to be a fine champion of Finchley and Golders Green. It's a proud constituency, great identity, and I look forward to visiting Finchley again while the Honourable Lady is in place as the MP. If I can just make a bit of progress. OK, please do.
I do apologise to the Honourable Lady and to the whole House that I have not recognised my duty to say thank you to her wonderful speech. It means that even after 7 years, you sometimes forget certain things. But it is very, very, very good to see her, and I particularly enjoyed what she said about the rule of law.
That's okay. So could I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm deeply proud to have been re-elected for a 7th time as the MP for Romford, now the longest-serving MP for Romford since 1885, since the constituency was created. And I'm here because I believe in things. I'm here not because I seek titles and positions. I'm here because I believe in this country, and I'm also absolutely passionate about my constituency because it's where I'm from. And I think those of us who come from our constituencies know it's so important to represent somewhere where you've lived all your life. And I'm always going to be proud of being the MP for my hometown. But I believe in things. And firstly, I believe in this country. So I say to ministers opposite, and I congratulate them on their election to power in this country, things do change and governments come and go, but the one thing we must never give away is the freedom and the liberties of the British people. And so I say to them, please, whatever you do, please don't reverse the biggest democratic decision the British people made. We want to have sovereignty, we want to have the right of self-governance, but of course we also want prosperity, and that does mean free enterprise, that means having low taxes, it means having smaller government. It doesn't mean creating larger centralisation of power. And Margaret Thatcher taught us that if you have lower taxes and free enterprise, if you give people the freedom to prosper and to make their own decisions in life, actually, in the end, you create more prosperity and more opportunities for all. And that is, I'm sure, what all of us on all sides of this House want to see. So let us learn from previous mistakes. Now, I respect the fact that we have different opinions on many issues, but I also understand that all of us here want the best for our country and our constituencies. But I do believe that if you want economic prosperity, you need government to stay out of people's lives. You need to allow business to flourish. You need less regulation, and you need to cut unnecessary public expenditure so that people are not paying high levels of taxes which disincentivise work and actually put off people investing in our country. And I hope the government, having taken office, will pay heed to that. I also say to them that, yes, we want to protect our environment, but the net zero, almost the evangelism of net zero, I have to say we have to think very carefully about that. We don't want to make our country cold and poor and give competitive advantage to other countries that do very little about climate change and have not met their targets. So if you want to deliver more power to China, then I'm afraid the policy the government has adopted is going to lead to that scenario. So I warn them about going too far in that direction. I also believe that we should be a parliament that actually makes decisions. So I disagree with more and more quangos, more and more committees of experts, and more bodies that are not democratically accountable having so much say. So why are we giving the OBR effectively a veto over the rights of this Parliament to decide economic policy? Surely that is something the government should think again about. And then I'd like to say, before I have to end, devolution. Well, if we're serious about that, Madam Deputy Speaker, give all parts of the country greater control over their local communities. And that means boroughs like Havering would rather be independent. We don't want to be under Greater London. We want power devolved back to our local communities because we're actually historically part of Essex. And we don't like being controlled by City Hall and certainly not by the current Mayor of London. So the people of Romford, I know, I'm representing them here today, and they would agree with what I've said. Let's have free enterprise, let's have true devolution, let's above all have prosperity for the British people, but also let's stand up for our country abroad and at home.
Miatta Fanbuller, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by commending my honourable friends for their impassioned maiden speeches? I am so proud to be sitting on these benches with you. I'm incredibly honoured to be speaking for the first time in this House as a Member of Parliament for Peckham, a new constituency that spans from the oak trees of Nunhead Ceremony to the spires of St Giles Church, the African food shops of Peckham, the bustle of Rye Lane, the market stalls of Faraday's East Street, the vibrant mosques of Old Kent Road and the Latin Quarter of North Walworth. Ours is a community of community that represents the very best of multicultural Britain. People of different colours, cultures, faiths, backgrounds, united in our openness and acceptance of each other, pride in our diversity and the magic it brings to Peckham, and our warmth and generosity of spirit. Whoever you are, wherever you've come from, you'll find your place in Peckham. Yeah. And for me, this is what makes representing this constituency so special, because it was amongst friends and the Sierra Leonean community in Peckham that my family found refuge when we fled from West Africa when I was a child. It was in this community that I learnt the values of compassion and solidarity that have shaped my politics. And in this community that I first understood just how much the economy is failing people. That you can work hard every day and still live in poverty. That our kids can be talented and still deprived the shot. That you can have billionaires living in the same borough as families that cannot feed their kids. And it's in Peckham that I found my resolve that this must change. That's why I became an economist. That's why I've spent the last 15 years developing and campaigning for ideas to bring this change about. That's why I am standing here today. And as I begin my journey in this House, I take inspiration from my formidable predecessor, Harriett Harman, our inaugural Mother of the House. Harriett set the highest possible bar for what it means to be a great MP. 42 incredible years of service working for the people of Camberwell and Peckham. And on knocking doors across Peckham, I heard story after story about how Harriett helped her constituents and touched countless lives. And at a time when trust in our politicians is so frayed, the warmth, the love, the trust that she commands in our community speaks volumes. But more than that, she combined tireless work in her constituency with huge impact on our politics nationally, whether through enduring policies like the minimum wage, the winter fuel payment, the Equality Act, that went to the heart of the inequality she saw in our community, or the trail she blazed for women in politics, breaking ceilings and carving a path for others to follow, so that today there are 190 Labour women MPs in this House standing on her shoulders. Yeah. And on a personal note, I will always be grateful for her kindness, wisdom and grace, and for showing me what it means to be fearless in defence of your constituents, loyal but independent of mine, and tenacious about the change that is needed. And the need for change has never been so great. As we debate the economy today and all the uncertainties it brings, there is one thing I know for certain. People in Peckham are struggling. Their pay packets have flatlined for too long. Their safety net cut to shreds. Over a third can't afford day-to-day essentials, and too many of our children now live in poverty. But it's not just about the money in your pocket. It's the fact that something as basic as a decent roof over your head that you can afford is now out of reach for so many. That our schools, our youth services, our hospitals, our care system are at breaking point. And that children in my school tell me that they only feel safe at home or at school, nowhere in between. People in Peckham need change. Not words or the promise of change that never comes, but real, tangible change that they can feel in their communities and see in their lives. Change that will end that sense of being ground down, end the constant survival mode that so many people find themselves in, and rekindle that hope that has been beaten out. And the weight of responsibility to deliver this now sits with me and all my honourable friends on this side of the House. And whilst the task feels insurmountable, what gives me hope is that our side have always grasped for big ideas to change the country when we have needed to. The NHS, social housing from the rubble of war, the minimum wage, we have always been the party of big ideas. We have done it before at moments of crisis. Now we must do it again. And as we find solutions to the challenges in front of us, as a proud Labour and cooperative MP, I hope we will draw inspiration from the deep traditions of our movement, the enduring force of cooperation, putting power back in local hands, creating businesses by local people for local people, trusting communities like Peckham to decide their own future, and giving them ownership and a stake in their economy, so that we can deliver the change that my constituents and constituents across the country have given us a mandate to. And so, my final words, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you will allow me, are to my constituents, to the people laying awake at night, worried about bills, the traders fighting for survival of the businesses they have built, the families that can't afford a home to lay down their roots, the people that can't get the care that they need, the kids that don't feel safe in our community. I want you to know this. I have listened to every conversation we have had. I've heard your worries, your anger, your frustration, your hopes. And I make one promise to you. In everything I do in this house, I will keep you in my mind's eye. I will be your loudest voice, your fiercest defender, and your proudest champion. I will fight every day to deliver the change that you deserve. I will serve you. Thank you.
Bradley Thomas, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden speech here in the Mother of Parliaments, the global beacon of representative democracy. And I congratulate the member for Peckham on her election and for making her inaugural contribution in this House. I'm humbled to serve the people of Bromsgrove and the villages in my home county. I have some esteemed and worthy predecessors, most recently Sir Sajid Javid, a man who was the first ethnic minority Member of Parliament to become a Secretary of State and went on to hold not one but two of the great offices of state, having served as Home Secretary and Chancellor of the Exchequer. Sir Sajid is a man whose North Star is his integrity and has devoted much of his time to supporting and championing good and noble causes, including, as many in this House know, suicide prevention. For those unfamiliar, Bromsgrove is a constituency in Worcestershire, and at the centre of it is its namesake town. Bromsgrove is a town proud of its history and traditions, which include a historic court leet, centred around the parade on Fair Day, held on the closest Saturday to midsummer, and in celebration of the 1199 charter granted to the town by King John. This heritage goes further, and Bromsgrove's proud sons and daughters include the poet and scholar A.E. Houseman and his sister Clemence, who I could not fail to mention here in this House, given the role that she played in the suffrage movement. My constituency, however, is much broader than just one town. There are many more villages and hamlets, and being 79% rural, Bromsgrove epitomises the very best of Worcestershire. There are rolling hills and thriving villages where the community spirit is strong, including Clent, Dodford, Stoke Prior, Balbroughton, Romsley, Finstall, Barnt Green, Cofton Hackett, Tardebigg and Olvechurch. There are other communities on the fringe of the constituency whose identities are rooted proudly in Worcestershire, including Hagley, Rubery, Withell, Majors Green, and even a touch of glamour in Hollywood. I commit to representing them all. Our villages are home to rural enterprises and farmers who we all rely on 3 times a day, and who are guardians of our countryside, often working in isolated or harsh conditions, both physically and in a competitive marketplace. It would be easy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to be lulled into thinking that Bromsgrove is somewhere quiet and without ambition, but honourable members must not be fooled. The Sunday Times recently highlighted how South Bromsgrove High School is a powerhouse of aspiration and entrepreneurship, producing young high achievers who've gone on to found leading companies in their sectors, including Gymshark and Able. It is in no small part down to the attractiveness of rural Worcestershire that Bromsgrove is a fertile place for aspiration and ambition to bloom. As a Conservative, I believe in respecting tradition and heritage, which anchors our institutions and values as society evolves to meet the needs of the present day and into the future. Prior to my election to Parliament, I spent many years as a councillor in Worcestershire, including as leader of Wychhaven District Council, where I championed the importance of design codes and the role of beautiful design in delivering quality communities which inspire a sense of pride, nod to our past, and catalyse the economic and social investment that allows our towns and villages to flourish. We must do this by shifting our collective focus away from beautiful design being seen as a cost, but rather an investment which pays dividends in the form of thriving communities and vibrant places where aspiration can bloom. This is critical across Bromsgrove, a place that is 89% greenbelt and is the rural buffer between Worcestershire and the urban sprawl of Birmingham to ensure that we protect our green open spaces and so that we don't build identikit monotony all over the countryside and instead focus on delivering quality homes with appropriate landscaping, a mix of textures and colours with genuine local support first. Over the coming years, we must never forget that the single biggest driver of our economic success is a thriving free market, an environment where businesses are incentivised to invest, creating the prosperity that will underpin our national success. Government must exercise restraint as it seeks to create new bureaucracies, which increase the size of the state under the veil of public service reform, and should be cautious as additional spending, funded through taxation or borrowing, without serious structural reform of public service delivery, will fail every stakeholder who interacts with public services. In my constituency, Bromsgrove School, founded in 1553, employs over 600 local people and contributes £43 million to the GDP of the UK. Whilst every member of this House would surely agree that education is the foundation of prosperity, the government's proposal to impose VAT on these schools is an ill-conceived affront, not just to the children and families who currently exercise choice in education provision. It is an attack on the wider education system that will undoubtedly do little to enhance the quality of state education and will instead level down education standards across the board. Yeah. And I say this as someone who was proudly educated in excellent state schools. We must also show determination in delivering vocational skills in agriculture, manufacturing, technology, engineering, and trades which will bolster our prosperity, raising our baseline level of industrial resilience in a world where our adversaries want to blunt our competitive edge. Food and energy security are two of the most significant and interlinked contemporary challenges that we face. The government must remain pragmatic in its efforts to deliver on both, ensuring that in everything it doesn't worship at the altar of ideological purity and inadvertently sacrifice our own long-term economic success in the process. In the words of A.E. Houseman, the house of delusions is cheap to build but drafty to live in and ready at any instant to fall. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I look forward to playing an active role in this House, delivering on behalf of my constituents and in the long-term national interest of our country.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating all those who are making their maiden speeches today and to welcome them to this place. I'd also like to start by thanking my Liverpool Riverside constituents who re-elected me here and to give my commitment to continue to be their voice in this place. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituency is now the most deprived in this country, with 47% of children living in poverty. That's one in nearly every 2 children. And it's communities like mine that have faced the sharpest edge of 14 years of austerity and the cost of living crisis. We now have 60 million people nationally living in poverty, 4 million of these children and 1 million living in destitution. I'm sure everybody in this House would agree that those figures are unacceptable. Child poverty is completely avoidable in the 6th richest country in the world. Not tackling it stores up problems for the future, costing our economy £39 billion per year, according to calculations by the Child Poverty Action Group. And it's not a question of whether we can afford vital policies to alleviate child poverty, such as lifting the 2-child cap. It's a question of whether we can afford not to. This is the reason I've tabled Amendment F to the King's Speech, with a focus on debate, not division, to push for a clear timetable for scrapping the 2-child cap. The End Child Poverty Coalition believe this to be the most effective way to immediately lift 300,000 children out of poverty.
with support for this position from right across the political spectrum, and one which the Labour leadership has indicated it will do as soon as it feels it's financially viable. But there are pockets of money that can be found if we look hard enough. Gordon Brown has suggested that between 1.3 billion and 3.3 billion can be found by imposing a similar reserve requirement on banks that the European Central Bank and the Swiss banks currently do, and 700 million by simplifying the gift aid system. Economists believe the recent upturn in the economy means that new government could begin to consider bringing forward priority policies such as scrapping this cap, and others would argue that progressive taxation should also be strongly considered. The latest DWP data shows that 2/3 of families impacted by the two-child cap have at least one parent in full-time work. And the last Labour government in 1997 had a big and bold ambition to end child poverty within a generation. And as a single working mum of twins, I personally benefited from those transformative policies. Without the availability of after-school and holiday provision, I wouldn't have been able to continue working. And I know we've inherited the worst financial situation since the Second World War, and Labour in government are going to have some very careful choices to make, but the path forward. But we do have a massive mountain to climb. But we were elected with a massive majority. The country have voted for change. Removing the two-child cap would send a powerful message of hope to those who have put their trust in a Labour government to bring about the change we so desperately need. The 1 and 2 children living in poverty in my constituency have known nothing but the tyranny of a Tory government, hunger and hardship during their short lives. These children cannot and must not wait any longer to be lifted out of poverty. As I mentioned earlier, the purpose of my amendment was to debate this very important issue, not to cause divisions. And there has been lots of debate this week, but we need action. This punitive policy needs to be consigned to the dustbin of history where it belongs, and its place to lift 4 million children out of poverty. Let's put these children and our country first, and I call on the Chancellor to make some immediate changes.
I call Peter Bedford to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a real pleasure to address the House following my honourable friend for Bromsgrove, and indeed members from across the House who have given their maiden speeches today with such passion. I'd like to thank my long-standing friends, family and supporters who have worked so hard to enable my election to this place. Whilst there are far too many to name, if you will indulge me, I want to put on record my sincere thanks to Richard Milburn, Paul Taylor, John Humberston, Ravinda Taylor and Ross Hills for their Herculean efforts over recent months. It is customary for new members to pay tribute to their predecessors. However, I am in the unusual position that my immediate predecessors, all 3 of them, are sitting members of this House. I'd like to thank the honourable members for Melton and Syston, South Leicestershire and Hinckley and Bosworth for their assiduous work in the last Parliament for the residents of my constituency, and I look forward to working with them collectively for all the residents of Leicestershire going forward. Mr Deputy Speaker, the new Leicestershire constituency is formed from parts of Charnwood Borough, Hinckley and Bosworth Borough and Blaby District. The Charnwood villages comprise of Anstey, Birstall, Cropston, Thurkeston, Swivland, Rothley, Mount Sorrel, Woodhouse Eaves and Old Woodhouse, and is home to the UK's only mainline heritage railway, the Great Central Railway. At the heart of the constituency is Bradgate Park in Newtown Linford, a place that I call the jewel in the crown of rural Leicestershire, somewhere that no matter your troubles, you'll be able to take a peaceful, tranquil walk, admiring the deer and their fawn, whilst taking in breathtaking views of the beautiful green surrounds, before quietly reflecting on one's own physical fitness, looking up at Old John and the 212-metre climb to the top of the hill. It would be remiss of me not to mention the ruins of Bradgate House, which is believed to be the birthplace of Lady Jane Grey, later Queen, ruling for a mere 9 days. Honourable members can be assured that my maiden speech will not last this long. The Blaby district areas of Braunston Town, Thorpe Astley, Leicester Forest East, Kirby Muxloe and Glenfield also form part of the new constituency. And whilst they extend from the city, they very much value their unique identities as independent county settlements. Indeed, I want to put on record my support for the campaign spearheaded by Glenfield resident Steve Walters and local residents in wanting to protect Glenfield from the ever-increasing urban sprawl. The Hinckley and Bosworth villages include Ratby, Groby, Fieldhead, in addition to Markfield, Stanton-under-Barden, Bagworth and Thornton, whom for the last 7 years I've had the immense honour of serving as the Leicestershire County Councillor. Many of my constituents have legitimate concerns about overdevelopment and the lack of infrastructure to cope with the strains that population growth brings. I think of villages like Ratby, which has seen its population almost double in the last 10 years, and where even today there are developers willing to take advantage of the lack of a local plan by the Borough Council. And I would urge the incoming government to ensure that it's always local communities and not faceless bureaucrats in Whitehall that have the final say on development across our green and beautiful countryside. Now I turn to the issues that I will champion during my time in this House. Social mobility. As the eldest of 3 children from a single-parent family, I passionately believe it does not matter who you are or where you were born, but what you do with your life that matters. Life chances, owning your own home, getting a career, having a family, should not be the exclusive preserve of the wealthy, but opportunities available to all. I believe the best path out of poverty is through education and training, and I will work constructively across this House to ensure that reform and investment in these vital tools is the government's top priority. The motto of my secondary school, and it still is, aspire, achieve, acclaim. And that's something I want to see promoted far wider across society. Another issue I wish to spearhead is fairer funding for local government. Coming through the ranks as a local councillor, I could not give my maiden speech today without reference to fairer funding for local authorities. The current system is fundamentally broken, with allocations still linked to historic spending levels. The result is poorly funded system where need and demand do not match. For example, the core spending power of Leicestershire County Council is a mere £900 a year, compared to almost £1,500 for inner London boroughs. Reform in this area is long overdue by governments of all colours, and I shall be a vocal advocate for fairer funding in this place and beyond. Finally, dignity towards the end of life is and will continue to be and climb up the political agenda, particularly with an ever-ageing population. My election to this House is tinged with sadness. Now, my grandparents are not still around to see me give my maiden speech, both of whom were diagnosed with incurable cancers, and both of whom, like millions across this country, wanted a greater control over their own lives in their final days.
Hear, hear.
I am here to represent all of my constituents, and I pledge to be a vocal advocate for those who are often disillusioned with the political process or feel their voice isn't heard by those with power. It's the highest of honours to be elected to this place, and I intend to do my very best each and every day to repay that trust. Thank you.
I call Jonathan Brash to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you and congratulate all members who have made their maiden speeches today, including the member for Mid Leicestershire and the moving tribute at the end. May I also place on record my thanks to the staff right across this estate for their diligent and patient way they've looked after new members in these first few days. It's an honour to be called to make my maiden speech, which I do so proudly as the Member of Parliament for my hometown of Hartlepool. To represent this place where I grew up, where I met my wife Pamela, where we're raising our young family, holds a special kind of responsibility for me. The challenges Hartlepool people face are personal because they are the challenges that I share. When one of our local businesses closes due to spiralling costs, there is a good chance I have visited them in better times. When a local play area becomes the victim of arson, it's my own children among those devastated at the loss of the place they enjoyed. And when someone tells me they're living in pain because they can't see an NHS dentist in a town that has been described as a dental desert, I know how they feel because I can't get one either. It's these experiences that drove me to serve my hometown, and it's Hartlepool people that have given me that opportunity. It's now my duty to respond in kind by delivering for them the opportunities that they have been denied for far too long. And that's why I welcome this King's speech that has prioritised growth in every part of the country, not just those areas already blessed with affluence. Hartlepool's history is one of innovation and industry. Once the bedrock of the British economy, as the third largest port in the country, we built ships that travelled the world, and in them we shipped the Durham coal that powered the world. At one point in our history, Hartlepool's shipyards, like the William Grey Company, launched more ships than anywhere else in the world. As a major exporter of steel, we built the bridges, the ships, the railways, the infrastructure that transformed not just our economy, but economies across the globe. Such was Hartlepool's strategic importance that, along with only 2 other places on the northeast coast, it was targeted for bombardment by the German Navy during the First World War. And in true Hartlepool style, we were the only place that fired back, making the Youth Gun Battery the UK's only First World War battlefield. Our industrial heritage has not left us. The expanded metal company, which I've had the pleasure of visiting, has provided metal mesh for buildings such as the Stephen Lawrence Centre in Lewisham, the Young Vic Theatre, and New York's New Museum, among many others. Our world-famous and award-winning Cameron's Brewery was built during our industrial heyday, but it has survived, grown, adapted to a changing economy. And although it must be said, a pint of strong arm is as good today as it ever was back then. My honourable friend, the member for Bootle, in his moving of the humble address, made mention of the famous Anthony Gormley statues located in his constituency. Now, although there are no such Anthony Gormley statues in Hartlepool, we are proud to have built the most famous one. Because whenever I travel up the A1 through the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Washington Gateshead South, and see the magnificent Angel of the North, I always remember 3 simple words: made in Hartlepool. If our history is one of industry, innovation and growth, then I must tell the House in all candour it must also be our future. Too often towns like Hartlepool have been left behind, an afterthought in our national conversation, only able to reminisce about what we once were, not plan for what we can be. This must change, and I believe under this Labour government it will change. Yeah. Right now we are witnessing a new industrial revolution sweep the world as we shift to a net zero future. Where our past was in coal and ships, our future is in new nuclear, wave and tides. The election of this Labour government means that revolution is finally coming to our shores, with a national wealth fund investing in jobs in every part of the country, a proper industrial strategy that forges a real partnership with business, and GB Energy that will make the UK a clean energy superpower. I am determined that Hartlepool must play its part in this transformative agenda, once again at the metaphorical coalface of our country's prosperity and economic growth. This is nothing less than Hartlepool people deserve, because they are my inspiration. Their defiance, their grit, their determination to succeed in the face of challenge. Even in the toughest of times, we come together, stronger, more united, standing up for each other. Everywhere you look in our town, you see courage, community and compassion. I've been privileged to work with brilliant Hartlepool people every day to improve our town. From our voluntary sector organisations, our community groups, our faith leaders, our schools, our colleges and our clubs, including Hartlepool United, where my children and I are proud season ticket holders, all of them working together in the service of our town. Hartlepool has produced so many leading lights across a variety of professions, from Iron Maiden guitarist Yannick Gers, world boxing champion Savannah Marshall, fashion designer Scott Henschel, and television presenter Jess Stelling, whose repeated and impassioned outbursts defending the North East, its culture, its heritage, its people, from those who would seek to criticise it, display all the formidable characteristics of a person raised in Hartlepool. The Prime Minister has rightly talked about putting his government back into the service of working people. My unfaltering belief in public service was instilled in me from a young age, and I want to take a moment to pay tribute to my father, Charles Brash, a doctor in Hartlepool for over 30 years. One of my earliest memories is of him coming home from night on call, because GPs did that in those days, having a quick bite to eat and then heading straight back out for his morning surgery. Some people still call me the doctor's son, and I wear it like a badge of honour. His career spent in the service of others shapes my values and my belief that only by putting people first can we achieve the change we need. I would like to take a moment to pay tribute to my predecessor, Jill Mortimer. Since her election in 2021, Jill has forged strong relationships in Hartlepool, particularly with veterans groups, which I hope to emulate. Public service is never easy, and I thank Jill Mortimer for her service to Hartlepool. I would like to close by returning to the idea of opportunity. Right now in 2024, in one of the richest countries in the world, nearly 20% of Hartlepool's children live in absolute poverty. Nothing could better symbolise the spectre of opportunity denied, the opportunity for a safe and secure upbringing, the opportunity to fulfil their boundless potential, the opportunity to get a good job and raise their own family in security and prosperity. So I welcome the announcement by our right honourable friends, the Secretary of State for Education and Work and Pensions, to develop an ambitious child poverty strategy, because as members know, the record is clear. When Labour is in government, child poverty falls. Yeah. I am privileged to stand in this place, but I will never lose sight of the fact that it is a privilege gifted to me by Hartlepool people, far too many of whom have been denied opportunity for far too long. Hartlepool people have a reputation for, on occasion, electing fighters as opposed to quitters. And I'm pleased to tell the House that they have done so again. My duty, my service, is to fight for them every day to secure a brighter future that our town deserves.
I call Nick Timothy to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the other new members for their excellent maiden speeches, and in particular the new member for Hartlepool, where I know his predecessor, Lord Mandelson, recommends the mushy peas. It's an honour to be called for the first time, and I want to pay tribute to the last MP for West Suffolk, Matt Hancock, who oversaw the delivery of the COVID vaccines, which were a vital achievement for our country. Less well known is that Matt once rode in and won the Blue Square Cavalry Charge horse race in Newmarket, a feat that required him not only to be propelled forward by a thoroughbred horse at 30 miles an hour, but to train for 3 months and lose 2 stone. For all these reasons, not least the dubious idea that I have 2 stone to lose, I can assure the House I will not be stepping into my predecessor's stirrups. Newmarket is the best known town in my constituency, and it's most famous for horse racing, an international success story which brings thousands of jobs and hundreds of millions of pounds every year to the local economy. From Charles I to Charles III, racing also gives West Suffolk its long connection to royalty. But ours, unfortunately, is not an unblemished record, for Newmarket was once the home of Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army. Old Ironsides championed free expression, yet persecuted his enemies. He attacked aristocratic privilege and patronage, but handed power to his cronies. Censorious, joyless and puritanical, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's like he wrote the Labour manifesto. Fortunately, we've left those days of self-denial behind, and from the Star in Lydgate to the Queen's Head in Hawkerden, the Affleck Arms in Dalham to the White Horse in Withersfield, and many others, we have some of the best pubs in Britain, and we have plenty more besides. Beautiful villages, vibrant towns and farms that feed the country, Anglo-Saxon settlements and ancient churches, rolling countryside and big Suffolk skies, dense forest and the world-famous gallops. Businesses doing everything from seed drills to particle engineering. Charities like Reach in Haverhill and the day centres in Brandon and Newmarket. There's High Point Prison near Stradisall, the air bases at Lakenheath and Mildenhall, public servants working for their community every day. I look forward to championing them all and addressing our challenges too, dealing with the flooding in Clare and Cavendish and elsewhere, fighting the appalling decision to approve the Seneca solar and battery farm due to be built on high-quality agricultural land. In Brandon, lorry traffic is a problem. We need the Ely and Hawley junctions sorted to get freight onto the railways. In Mildenhall, where 1,300 new homes are coming, we need a relief road. We're not against new house building in West Suffolk. We've had 3,000 new homes built in the last 5 years. But we need attractive family homes in the right places. We need services and infrastructure to keep pace. We need to get tougher with the developers and reform the construction market. And we need to drastically cut immigration, not just for the economic and cultural reasons that should by now be obvious, but to limit new demand for housing. Our largest town, Haverhill, has doubled in size in only 30 years to almost 30,000 residents. It has an incredible community spirit, but the town centre is struggling. We need a new start for high streets, and I will fight for a railway linking Haverhill to Cambridge. The development of Cambridge looms large for us, but I want us to embrace the opportunities and not just fear the risks. Because if we get it right, we have the chance to get better infrastructure, new investment, and more jobs. And this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is why I wanted to speak in today's debate. From potholes to public sector pay, the thread that runs through all our challenges is an inconvenient truth. While it's plainly incorrect to claim that the new government has the worst economic inheritance since the war, we are less prosperous than we often tend to assume. This is not a question of party politics, but of the decline and failure of our country's long-established economic model. Put simply, we don't make, do or sell enough of what the world needs. Our £33 billion trade deficit, 1.2% of GDP, means we sell off valuable assets and build up external debt to limit the current account. We end up with less control over our economy and more exposed to global risks and shocks. From low pay to regional inequality, poor productivity to funding public services, all the things we worry about are symptoms of this wider problem. We need to question economic theory, we need to challenge Treasury orthodoxy and think beyond the intellectual limits of ideological liberalism. Theories like comparative advantage have led us to offshore industry and grow dependent on hostile states like China. But international trade is neither free nor fair, and net zero cannot mean sacrificing our prosperity and security. Being a services superpower is a great advantage, but alone it's not enough. We need a serious strategy to reindustrialise, narrow the trade deficit and rebalance the economy. We need to change, and in the months and years ahead, I look forward to debating how we do so.
I call Alan Strickland to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the member for West Suffolk on his maiden speech and all those who have spoken for the first time in the House today. It's an honour for me to make my maiden speech as the first Member of Parliament for the Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor constituency. I'd like to begin by paying tribute to those who came before me. The former Sedgefield constituency makes up the majority of the new seat, and in addition we've taken in Spennymoor and Tudor wards from Bishop Auckland and Cox Award from City of Durham. So I'd like to put on record my thanks and pay tribute to Paul Howell and Deanna Davison for their public service, and my honourable friend, the member for City of Durham, for her continuing dedication to her constituents. Now, unlike some former members of this House, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not fluent in Latin, but I'm assured the motto of my hometown translates as, not the least, but the greatest we seek. This has not only served as a powerful statement of intent for the new town of Aycliffe since 1947, it captures the shared spirit of the towns and villages across this new constituency. Varied in history, but united in a desire to get on, to do well, to strive for a better future. And my own family's story is testament to this spirit of aspiration that has long defined the working people of our country. Several generations ago, both sides of my family were drawn from mining villages across England to the Durham coalfields by its reputation for good wages and reliable work. In turn, my grandparents moved from pit villages to Aycliffe New Town, home for 2 years to the late Lord Beveridge, in search of modern housing and better jobs for their children. My parents' generation then worked hard to give us the opportunities they never had, including higher education, the chance to work across the country and across the world, and personal freedoms to really flourish. And it's this ethos that each generation raises the next, that background be no barrier, that opportunity be distributed as widely as talent, which is the driving force in families in my constituency and a lodestar for this government. But making this a reality requires strong economic growth across our country. We must back the industries of the future, like Hitachi Rail in my constituency, manufacturing world-class green trains, employing 700 highly skilled workers and another 1,500 in the supply chain. And I thank former member of this House, Phil Wilson, for his tireless campaign alongside the Northern Echo, which led to the plant being located in the area some years ago. And I'm grateful for the public commitments made by my right honourable friends, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Transport Secretary, to now support Hitachi's future. I look forward to working with them to secure these jobs and expand high-tech manufacturing more widely. And this includes the innovative work at Sedgefield's Net Park. This Durham University spin-off hub develops innovative products in satellite technology, drug development and biological weapon detection, which are then exported around the globe. The creation of jobs in the industries of the future is particularly important in a constituency with former mining communities, where ongoing economic development is badly needed. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't want the House to think that my constituency is all work and no play. We're famous for the Sedgefield ball game, a historic Shrove Tuesday tradition, not for the faint-hearted. We're home to excellent football clubs, including Newton Aycliffe, on which my parents served on the committee, and Spennymoor Town. And Spennymoor itself typifies our rich cultural history, with a heritage trail dedicated to Norman Cornish, one of the Pitman painters, who learnt his craft alongside mining in the Spennymoor settlement. Some of the best brass bands in the country can also be found in the seat, and not only do they keep alive the cultural traditions of our past, but provide excellent high-quality music education for new generations of young people today. We're also home to incredible local produce, including artisan chocolate made in Coxer and award-winning real ale brewed at the Surtees Arms in Ferry Hill. I have personally quality assured the latter on several occasions. And on the topic of ale, my predecessor Tony Blair was noted for hosting various world leaders in pubs across the constituency. I have yet to find a pub without a photo of the former Prime Minister and his closest NATO allies, but my diligent search continues. Finally, I'm proud of the thriving community organisations. The Ladder Centre does invaluable work to support residents, and the Cornforth Partnership is a lifeline for those looking to get back into work. Mr Deputy Speaker, to conclude, just as Durham coal powered our economy in the past, so constituencies like mine can power our modern economy with high-tech, green manufacturing and research. To return to where we began, not the least, but the greatest we seek. Mr Deputy Speaker, in this House, let us commit ourselves to seek the greatest, the very best, for our constituents, for our communities and for our great nation. I look forward to seeing the economic measures in the King's speech start to spread wealth, growth and opportunity to every corner of this United Kingdom, including the people of Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor.
I call Gregory Stafford to make his maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor on his maiden speech. We didn't cross over at university, I don't think, but mutual friends tell me that he was an excellent president of the Oxford Student Union, and we can tell that his debating skills were honed there, and we saw that in evidence this evening. I want to express my gratitude to the people of the new Fareham and Baldwin constituency for placing their trust in me and for allowing me the honour to represent them here in Parliament. I feel like giving a maiden speech is a bit like giving a best man's speech at a wedding surrounded by disapproving elderly relatives who are going to hang on your every word. But I assure you, Mr Deputy Speaker, none of the jokes that I made at any best man speeches that I've done before will be given in this House, especially as I know that my mother-in-law is watching on the Parliament channel. I want to thank my family, especially my wife Caroline and my daughters Susanna and Lucy, who have put up with me a lot over the last year, for their patience and support, and to my parents James and Teresa. Other honourable members I know have noted that they are not the first people in their family to be members of Parliament. I'm not even the first sibling to be a Member of Parliament, and so I want to pay tribute to my brother Alexander, who served the people of the Rother Valley constituency so diligently in the last Parliament. It's also apparently customary to express gratitude to my predecessors in the seat, a sort of small political obituary, as it were. Fortunately, both my immediate predecessors, the Right Honourable Member for Godalming and Ash and the Right Honourable Member for East Hampshire, are still, as you can see, very much in their political prime. Nonetheless, I want to thank them for their generous support and advice since I was selected. They both achieved amazing things for the constituents that I have inherited from them. Campaigning was a sobering affair when I was told on the doorstep, "Oh, we do like Jeremy," or "Damien did such wonderful stuff for us," or "You have very big shoes to fill." And to rub salt into the wound, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the week before the election, the local paper ran a story on how much the people of Haslemere would miss the Shadow Chancellor. Believe me, I know my place. But speaking of predecessors, the member for East Hampshire's predecessor, Lord Arbuthnot, should be praised for his sterling work on the Horizon scandal and for bringing justice to the sub-postmasters so cruelly affected. And I still hope those responsible, by act or omission, are brought to justice. The newly created Fareham and Baldwin constituency is a cross-Surrey and Hampshire county constituency, making the life of a new Member of Parliament even more complex than it already is. And more than that, the name, whilst referencing the two largest towns in each county, ignores the other towns of Haslemere and Liphook and the many villages that range between the larger population centres. Many argued for, and I supported, a less specific but more all-encompassing name for this constituency, such as the Wey Valley, taking its name from the beautiful River Wey that runs through it. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they're clearly not romantics in the Boundary Commission, so Farnham and Borden stuck. The only saving grace is that its initials spell FAB, which sums up the area that I represent. This FAB constituency ranges from Farnham in the north to Haslemere and Liphook in the south, Whitehill and Borden in the west, and the western villages of Surrey, such as Tilford, in the east. Bookended by the North and South Downs, it is an area of outstanding beauty, with thriving market towns, pleasant villages, and a thriving sports and arts scene, including the prestigious University for the Creative Arts. It also has a significant military connection, most obviously in Borden, which was home to the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers until 2015, and of the Longmoor Ranges, where Ukrainian troops are currently being trained. Military history is everywhere, from Amesbury School in Haslemere and Hindhead, where Montgomery lived during the war, to the Canadian War Graves and Memorial in Liphook, and the site of the first ever 2-minute silence in this country on Castle Street in Farnham. The residents of this new constituency are ever thankful for the role our armed forces have played in keeping us safe. From Arthur Conan Doyle to Johnny Wilkinson, King John to Flora Thompson, Graham Thorpe to the Honourable Member for Boston and Skegness, heroes and villains have been born, lived, worked or played in this fabulous constituency. But it's not the beautiful scenery, the historical gems or the famous people that makes this constituency the best in the country. It's not even the fact that my grandparents ran Stafford's Sweet Shop in Haslemere for many years, and what little boy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, wouldn't want grandparents who ran a sweet shop? It is in fact the current residents, businesses and community spirit that makes FAB special and a joy to represent. Every day there are local events, charitable occasions and community festivities to get involved with. Indeed, I doubt anywhere else in this country can rival the number of duck races that we have in the area. Now, following this Cook's tour of the constituency, one might be forgiven for thinking that there are no issues to solve. Home County's Garden of Eden. It, of course, cannot be denied that there are many areas of significant affluence, but it should not be concealed that there are areas of high deprivation, and I will champion their improvement. The constituency's location is both a benefit and a curse. Within easy commuting distance of London, it provides a rural haven for those who wish to live outside but work in the city. But that also makes it rich pickings for housing developers who look for any open space, green or otherwise, to build on. I'm not against housing development, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We need homes for our children and our grandchildren. But we need the right homes in the right places, with the right tenure mix and with the supporting infrastructure. Conservative-run East Hampshire Council has done everything it can to persuade the new government to modify its housing targets, to make them more appropriate for our area, including writing to the Deputy Prime Minister. I do hope that she will respond positively to their letter. Indeed, if there is one issue that unites the whole of the new Fareham and Baldwin constituency, it is that infrastructure has not kept pace with developments. This is particularly acute in Baldwin, where thousands of houses are going up without the supporting infrastructure. The GP surgeries, the NHS dentists, the schools, the roads, the leisure centres, all need upgrading and expanding rapidly to meet that housing growth. We must not build more houses until infrastructure catches up. Otherwise, we'll be left with housing estates devoid of services, security and society. And I am deeply concerned about the new government's plans on house building. Labour's changes to planning, imposing top-down targets, removing the rights of local people to have their say on developments is a retrograde step and has been met with anger from my constituents and resolute opposition from me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have mentioned the need for health services in our area. Having spent most of my career in healthcare, latterly working for 7 years in the NHS, improving clinical services and patient outcomes, I know that both locally and nationally, things need to change in the NHS. We need to have a grown-up and honest discussion with the public about how we're going to deliver, provide and fund the NHS and social care going forward. For an ageing population with increasing healthcare needs and diminishing birth rates, i.e. the people who are going to pay for the NHS, we need a cross-party discussion that brings all parties together to make the long-term decisions on how we proceed with health and social care in this country. And if I achieve nothing else in this time while I'm here, starting this conversation and hopefully progressing it fruitfully will be something to hope for. But as a traditional, common-sense Conservative, I believe you can't pay for health and social care unless you have a strong economy. Despite a global pandemic, a war in the east of Europe, instability in the Middle East, and regardless of what the government is trying to paint in its press releases, the most recent statistics showed that the economy is turning round and is on an upward trajectory. And I will oppose any measures by this government, including the misguided nationalisation of industry and the socialist labour rules, which I believe will hamper or reverse that trend. Equally important is to safeguard ourselves from external threats. The rise of resurgent Russia, China and North Korea is something we should all be concerned about. I don't believe it's hyperbole to say that we are in a pre-war era and we need to ensure that our borders, skies and infrastructure, both physical and digital, are safe from threats. That is why I absolutely believe that we should move to 2.5% of GDP spent on defence immediately, and indeed increase that to 3% when practical. In short, we must protect our economy, healthcare and national security to ensure the prosperity and safety of our country. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, mindful that maiden speeches aren't meant to be controversial, I shall leave it there and return briefly to the subject of this fab constituency. In 1668, Samuel Pepys recorded that the people of Liphook were good, honest people. Now, given his own morals and motivations, I'm not sure whether he meant this as a compliment, but I can assure the House that it is as true now as it was then for the residents of Fareham, Bordon, Haslemere, Liphook and our surrounding villages. And I pledge to be a good, honest servant of them in this place.
Yeah. I call Rachel Blake to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Fareham and Bordon for describing your constituency so passionately. While we may strongly disagree on the need for growth and new development in this country, I think we may agree more on the future of our NHS, and I look forward to working together on that ambition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am a proud Londoner, and like many Londoners, I was not actually born here. I'm delighted to share with you that I was born in Manchester and my family comes from Lancashire. Yeah. In fact, I believe that for most of my childhood, I was only aware of one football team, the Bolton Wanderers. But for the last 42 years, London has been my home, and the chance to represent your home city truly is a special honour. And I put on record here my thanks to the residents of the cities of London and Westminster for placing your trust in me as your representative. I will start by thanking Nikki Aiken for her service. She is a pioneer as the first woman to represent the cities of London and Westminster and is remembered fondly by many residents. She has shown me kindness and offered her advice, for which I am grateful. I know that here and across the constituency, she will be remembered for her tireless work campaigning to regulate pedicabs, her work to end the Vagrancy Act and to deliver the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act of 2024. I would also like to pay tribute to my good friend Karen Buck, who represented the St John's Wood neighbourhood wards of Abbey Road and Regent's Park, which joined the Two Cities constituency in the recent boundary review. Walking through Westminster with Karen, it is hard to find anyone in her constituency who does not know her and has not been helped by her. Through her tireless casework for tens of thousands of constituents, her Homes Fit for Human Habitation Bill, Karen has made an outstanding contribution to lives in Westminster and beyond. A fearless representative and campaigner, a kind and wise friend. I'm so grateful for her advice and will do my very best to live up to her high standards. From 1977 to 2001, the two cities were represented by Peter Brooke, who is remembered for his work as the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and later as the Secretary of State of National Heritage. And finally, I will also remember J.S. Mill, who represented the City of Westminster from 1865 to 1868 and who, in 1866, became the first person in the history of Parliament to call for women to be given the right to vote. I hope that he would be happy to see Nikki, Karen and I delivering on his pioneering work for equality here in the two cities. Truly, Mr Deputy Speaker, when a woman is tired of London, she is tired of life. The cities of London and Westminster are home to great cultural institutions, the National Gallery, the Royal Opera House, the commercial centres of Oxford Street and Edgware Road, innovative start-ups alongside major international corporations. The government here in Westminster and Whitehall, the international financial centre of the City of London, the beautiful Hyde Park, Regent's Park and St James's Park, alongside the residential squares of Belgravia and Marylebone, and yes, Buckingham Palace. And many of you know the neighbourhoods of Soho, Fitzrovia and Covent Garden as places to spend a night out. In fact, tens of thousands of people live here, diverse communities living side by side. St Bartholomew's, one of London's oldest churches, Bevis Marks, the oldest practising synagogue in the UK, and London's Central Mosque. Just minutes away from here, we have the Peabody Estates of Westminster, the pioneering and beautifully designed Churchill Gardens and Lillington and Longmoor Estates, the architectural delights of the Barbican, Golden Lane, the historic communities of Petticoat Square and the Guinness Estate in Portsoken Ward. Home to diverse communities living side by side, but home too to inequality and injustice. And the struggle to find a stable, affordable and decent home is holding people in my constituency back from meeting their potential. And this struggle is holding our city and our country back from meeting our potential. Tackling the housing crisis has brought me into politics, and the debate today on the King's Speech proposals for economic growth is an important time to highlight the situation many of my constituents are facing. Nearly 20 years ago, I worked at the Treasury on the Barker Review of Planning, and it is with sadness that since then we are still not delivering the homes we need. I am determined that this government will deliver on our promise to deliver more affordable homes. Ending no-fault eviction will bring certainty and security for the approximately 40% of households in the cities of London and Westminster renting privately. Our cross-government strategy will put Britain back on track to ending homelessness and rough sleeping and temporary accommodation, which has been rising here for years and which is harming so many. And I'm so grateful to the organisations such as The Passage and The Connection here in the two cities for doing so much work to support vulnerable people. The cities of London and Westminster has one of the highest proportions of leasehold homes in the country. Residential leasehold is trapping tenants with unaccountable landlords, and I'm really pleased that the government has pledged a leasehold and commonhold reform bill. Yeah. It is characteristic of such an international place that global patterns are affecting our local communities. The rise of short-term letting and the risk of dirty money in property contribute to a loss of homes for Londoners, and as the representative here, I will be determined to tackle this. I will be standing up for our local hospital and St Mary's in Paddington and continue our campaign to secure funding for the redevelopment of London's major trauma centre. Mr Deputy Speaker, the story of the two cities is one that is optimistic, outward-looking, hard-working and driven, and I hope to continue to represent this place in that fashion. I am the first Labour and Cooperative Member of Parliament to ever represent this historic constituency. And I join with colleagues in closing with a pledge to approach this new Parliament with a renewed commitment to respectful debate and disagreement. Elections are a time to make a choice. Now a decision has been made. It's time to move forward with relentless focus on public service and delivery.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for kindly calling me to contribute to this important debate on the King's speech. After 11, I think, very good maiden speeches, 11 very promising, even fabulous starts to parliamentary careers. Those who have been in this House a little longer will know that our great friend, the late Sir David Amess, whose plaque now hangs rightfully on the wall, had a great talent for managing to combine a very large number of topics into one speech. I lack Sir David's skill, so I'll seek to confine my remarks this evening to 3, all development related. The first relates to an expansion in medical capacity for the NHS, and specifically for proposals to expand the Jones family practice in Hockley. I declare an interest. My wife Olivia has worked in the NHS for nearly 20 years. In essence, the plan is to expand this popular practice with a first-floor extension to create 8 new GP consulting rooms and additional training facilities. Rochford District Council recently approved planning permission for the extension, and the senior partner, Professor Dr Mahmood, and his active practice management team are now seeking approval from local NHS bosses to support the scheme. It's my intention, as the recently re-elected local MP, for which I'm very grateful to my constituents, to lend weight to these very positive proposals. They're not just designed to expand capacity, but hopefully to provide training places for graduates from the new medical school at Anglia Ruskin University in Chelmsford. For the record, I've also been working for some time to try and expand Riverside Medical Centre in Hullbridge, and I'll be pursuing that with the NHS as well. Secondly, the town of Whitford has suffered a dearth of supermarket capacity in recent years. My constituents endured something of a perfect storm last year when the Aldi supermarket was closed, whilst at the same time the old co-op nearby has effectively stood semi-derelict for some 3 years. During this supermarket vacuum, my constituents were forced to fall back on the small Iceland in the High Street and Whitford Market. I was very pleased to reopen the enlarged Aldi last autumn, and it's now doing a brisk trade. However, the co-op still remains undeveloped, and whilst boarded up, is also occupying valuable spaces in the town's principal car park. It's a long and complicated saga. Suffice to say, the site was bought several years ago by a development company named Harriett, who originally came up with a plan in conjunction with the supermarket chain Morrison's to redevelop the store, including an underground car park and some flats above. I always had doubts about the commercial viability of these proposals, especially the underground car park, and the scheme collapsed some months ago. Nevertheless, Harriett were working on what might be called a Plan B, and for some months they've been in what they describe as advanced talks with another major supermarket chain. For commercial reasons, they asked me not to name that supermarket tonight, something I've agreed to respect, although I have to say the name of the company in question is now effectively an open secret and was even being reported back to me on doorsteps by my Whitford constituents during the general election. I spoke to the directors of Harriett in advance of this debate, and they assure me they're seeking to bring their commercial negotiations to a conclusion as soon as possible. They're well aware of my frustration at these 3 years of delay, which I conveyed to them again this morning. They've asked me to relate that they realise my constituents in Wickford have already waited a long while for a new supermarket. This is an issue I campaigned on heavily in the general election, so I do hope Harriett will be able to announce something definitive this summer. My message to them is simple. You've had more than enough time. Get on with it. Finally, over 2 decades, I've seen examples of both good and bad development in my constituency. Young people can't live at home with their parents into their 50s and 60s, so it must be possible to build some houses in a sustainable manner to meet housing need. But crucially, the infrastructure required to accompany that has to be built first. Yes. Put another way, from long experience, if development is to be successful, and it can be, as I said earlier, it has to be done with people rather than to people. And the proposals at a place called Dollyman's Farm in my constituency, which I was re-elected with a mandate to propose, are precisely the opposite of that. We all want to find somewhere suitable and appropriate for people to live, but we have to do that in the right way. Thank you.
Bruce Cadbury.
Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to be re-elected for the 4th time to the redrawn seat of Brentford and Isleworth, and also today to follow such impressive maiden speeches, and particularly that of the Honourable Member for the 2 cities in whose constituency we all work. After 9 years sitting in opposition, it's a pleasure to be on this side of the chamber and to support this government's legislative programme that brings hope, opportunity and change for my constituents and for the country at last. I'm going to focus my response to the King's speech on the government's ambitious proposals around transport policy, an area I've long been involved with, serving on the Transport Select Committee for 5 years and chairing 5 transport APPGs, but also because transport was brought up regularly on the doorsteps in this last election. The theme of today's debate is economy, welfare and public services. Effective transport policies are essential to the change we need to see in all those 3 areas, as well as in addressing our climate crisis. So I'm pleased to see the bold and ambitious plan set out by my right honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, and her team to do just this. For accessing work, education, health services, for supplying our manufacturing and retail sectors and supporting our well-being and family life, decent transport choices are essential, and nowhere are these more needed than in the new communities that will be built if the traffic on the roads to and around them is not to grind to a halt. Whether in city, town or countryside, we need the full range of transport options. Options that are affordable, accessible, efficient and environmentally sound. And particularly on buses, I'm delighted that with the Better Buses Bill, the government are going to end the ideological and control-freakery policy of banning local authorities and local government from running their own municipal bus companies. These were killed off by the Thatcher government in a bout of ideological rage, with only London retaining a regulated bus service. The rest of England should have what we have in London: regular services through day, evening and weekends, simple fare structures, high standards of safety, accessibility and passenger information. These are being developed by Greater Manchester's Mayor, Andy Byrne, and I look forward to seeing local authorities of all parties, I'm sure, following his example. Secondly, rail travel. As an alternative to driving, rail travel has to be reliable if we want to cut road congestion and air pollution. I'm therefore delighted to see the bills creating Great British Railways and bringing train operators into public ownership. This is essential for a simplified and unified rail system focusing on improving passenger services while getting value for the taxpayer. We all have constituents. In fact, there are many members of this House who have terrible experiences of cancelled trains, of having to sit on the floor for hours despite booking a seat. I also know that we will now see a government and a department that doesn't try to use transport as a cudgel in our culture wars, or as a crude electoral hammer, trying to override local authorities who had wanted to introduce sensible measures to encourage cycling and walking. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, transport is at the heart of the challenge of national renewal that we have set ourselves, kick-starting economic growth, boosting jobs and living standards, and building sufficient homes in sustainable communities. Of course there are challenges ahead, not least in further growing capacity in our overloaded rail network. While I welcome the plan to improve east-west connectivity across the north of England, however, funding further increases in rail capacity is unfortunately currently financially unsustainable until we see the economic growth the Chancellor, I know, is working on. And aviation expansion is only acceptable if it passes the 4 tests that we set ourselves in opposition, which are cutting CO2 emissions, overcoming local environmental impacts, providing regional benefits across the UK, and on deliverability. I know that the new Secretary of State and the new ministerial team will work across our travel and transport sectors and work together to improve transport connections that benefit everyone and benefit our country as a whole. Thank you.
I call Robin Swan to make his maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is with indeed honour and humility and a sense of trepidation that I rise to make my maiden speech in this place. As I think of those who have spoken here before and consider the gravity and the seriousness of the issues that have been debated and indeed discussed, and I hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this Parliament is no different in how it discharges its duties, and indeed that us and the new members of this intake live up to those standards. And can I congratulate the many new members in their maiden speeches, because they indeed have set a high bar. Mr Deputy Speaker, as everyone else in this House, I wish to sincerely thank those who placed their faith and trust in me in returning me, and I'm truly indebted to the electorate of Southampton and the support that I received from across the entire community and the dig communities for electing me to this place. And I also want to thank the dedicated campaign team who supported me during what was an honourable campaign. And in that I wish to pay tribute and thank my predecessor, Mr Paul Girvan, for his tenure as member of this House, but also as a past member of the Northern Ireland Assembly and local council. Mr Deputy Speaker, Southampton is a seat that has moved between Paul's party and my own, the Ulster Unionist Party, on a number of occasions. And with that, I also carry the privilege and honour of indeed returning the Ulster Unionist Party to this place after a 7-year absence. And that charge and responsibility of being able to bring a moderate and reasoned Unionist voice from Northern Ireland, one in the tradition of my party of working positively and constructively with all to achieve the best outcomes for all our people, one intent on working across this House to strengthen our union, but also to deliver a union for all. I want to turn now to my constituency and that of Southampton, and I want to let those here this evening know what a fantastic part of our country indeed that it is. Like so many other constituencies, with a mix of main towns in Ballyclare and Antrim, and a range of what were once small villages but are now growing into large villages, growing from Toom to Doak to Crumlin to Randallstown, Templepandrick to Ballymuir, and many more, of which is a large productive rural area, and with a part of the expanding urban area of Gungormley, merging indeed with North Belfast and Mossley and Mollusk. South Antrim is the home of industry and a home of research and of high cutting-edge business, large and small employers, and indeed I look forward to working with the Chancellor and her government and how we can further support them through the bills in the King's Speech, but also especially through the National Wealth Fund. South Antrim is the base of our Belfast International Airport, which I believe has a real opportunity if only it could get its much-needed rail link, and that we actually see the further expansion of Aldergrove and our RAF base. And that's why I believe that we also need a UK air transportation strategy, something that I may raise later in the Honourable Member of Strangford's adjournment debate, if he will take an intervention from me. Southampton's agricultural sector is another pillar of our community, which contributes significantly to our local economy, and our annual Antrim Agricultural Show actually celebrates this agricultural heritage. It brings together farmers, producers and visitors, indeed from across the country, showcasing the best of rural life, and it indeed promotes a strong sense of community. And it's actually on this Saturday in Shane's Castle if anyone wants to attend, because I would both encourage you to, but I'll also make you welcome as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, Loch Ness, as many know, is our largest freshwater lake in these British Isles. It's another jewel in Southampton's crown, but it is currently struggling due to neglect, like many of our other waterways. But now, with a new recovery programme in place from the Stirling Executive, hopefully supported by a national need for action on our waterways, I hope it will be once more a tourism and recreational attraction for visitors from far and wide. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are a number of issues that have been debated over the last few days that will have a direct impact on the people of Southampton, the people of Northern Ireland, and indeed the people of the United Kingdom. None more so than the future and support that this government will provide to our National Health Service, those who rely on it and those who work in it. This government has the opportunity to reverse the past years of neglect. Mr Deputy Speaker, health may be devolved, but that doesn't mean that we in this place can abdicate all responsibility for our National Health Service. We have an excellent hospital within my constituency, in Antrim Area Hospital, but it needs the resource and support so that it can develop to its full potential. And Mr Deputy Speaker, as the former Health Minister of Northern Ireland, I know that we have the plans to deliver better services, but change needs recurrent resources, something that has been lacking in recent years. So I look forward again to working with this government to rebuild our National Health Service. But Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm indeed speaking to the converted on how great Southampton is, because I've been overwhelmed by the number of members from across this House who have already approached me to tell me of a relative or indeed a friend who lives in my constituency. And indeed, I look forward to representing them and all the constituents of Southampton in this place for the future. Thank you.
Wera.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I want to congratulate all the honourable members who made their maiden speeches for their passion and commitment to their constituency, which came across so well. Age does not wither nor custom stale, the privilege of being in this place. And I also want to thank my constituents who have returned me here to represent them all and the wonderful city we call home. I spent 14 years on the benches opposite, standing up for my constituents against a government which was bearing down on them. It is absolutely fantastic to speak from these benches in support of a government that will help and empower them. Now, some on the opposition benches have been painting a rosy picture of the economic inheritance that we have. But the message of working people in Newcastle Central and West was clear and consistent. We need change. And it's not hard to see why. People are worse off. Over a third of Newcastle Central and West children live in poverty, and over 2,000 households in Newcastle are homeless. And that's just a few of the issues that my constituents face. So please, let's not pretend that we should be grateful to the last government. But everything changed on July the 4th. Indeed, as I was buying my fish supper last Friday in one of the excellent fishmongers in Granger Market, locally smoked cod, since you asked. They told me that on July the 5th, sales of halibut soared. Now, that's an expensive fish, so they took that as a sign of celebration, but also optimism, hope and confidence in a better future. Yeah. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is nothing fishy there, because the bills set out in the King's Speech will give Newcastle our future back. Indeed. Our destiny will be in our own hands, with the English Devolution Bill and the Better Buses Bill giving local leaders like our fantastic Mayor Kim McGuinness the powers needed to drive growth and prosperity locally. Our region's immense potential in the green industries of the future will finally be unlocked with the National Wealth Fund and with Great British Energy. Planning reform will take the handbrake off new homes and spaces for business, making us an even greater city with an economy that provides great jobs and good homes for all Geordies. And by expanding the rights of workers, tenants and minoritised groups, the government will make sure that work pays and everyone in Newcastle enjoys their fair share of our national prosperity. Now, having worked around the world as an engineer, I've been proud to champion science and innovation in Newcastle and across the UK. I'm now privileged to have both Newcastle's fantastic universities in our constituency. And our city is looking forward to building a proper industrial strategy once again that can boost our universities as drivers of inclusive economic growth. Unlocking private investment through measures like the National Wealth Fund and the recently announced pensions review will supercharge spin-outs and start-ups in the North East. And I believe that sites like Helix, home to innovative businesses and entrepreneurs in cutting-edge industries, are a tantalising glimpse of the future of Newcastle. Now, technology has the power to make our constituents' lives so much better, and measures like planning reform will make that a reality. And as ex-Shadow Science Minister, I've spoken to Lord Valence to offer my support and make the case for investment in regional R&D as he begins his ministerial role. I know the DSIT team are already committed to opening up careers in science to everyone, getting money outside the Golden Triangle and connecting science to industrial strategy, healthcare and economic growth. As I said, this government inspires hope that has been lacking in Newcastle. Lacking, apart from that, is on match days, which is why, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the MP for St James's Park, I want to welcome the Financial Governance Bill. From Mike Ashley to the Saudi PIF takeover, football governance has been a thorn in our sides, and Geordies around the world will welcome the safeguarding of our precious football club. Mr Deputy Speaker, my constituents sent me to this place because our party promised change. And with this King's Speech, with this government, back at the service...
Order. I call Ollie Glover to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to give my maiden speech today. I aspire to match the eloquence of the previous speakers in this debate, including, in terms of maiden speeches, most recently, the Honourable Member for South Antrim, whose passion for his constituency is very clear. I start by paying tribute to my immediate predecessor, David Johnston. I admire that Mr Johnston entered politics because of his passion for social mobility. I have met constituents who have been personally helped by him, and I aspire to follow his lead. I was pleased that the first email in my parliamentary mailbox came from Lord Ed Vasey of Didcot, member for the predecessor seat of Wantage between 2005 and 2019, offering his congratulations. That was a warm and encouraging gesture. I arrive in Parliament following a career on the railway serving the public. I hope to apply my knowledge and experience to working with others to advance both rail infrastructure and public services in my seat. The name of the new Didcot and Wantage constituency is an improvement on the previous Wantage, but remains an imperfect one. Whilst Wantage and Didcot are the larger of the three towns in the seat, residents from Wallingford are aggrieved by their omission. Mr Deputy Speaker, I can assure you and this House that all three towns will have my attention and care. The same applies to the dozens of villages in the seat. I am fortunate enough to live in one of them myself in Milton. All of our villages have a unique character and set of attractions. Pendon Museum in Long Whittenham, which includes a homage in model railway form to the 1930s Vale of White Horse landscape, the ancient Uffington White Horse, and the beautiful chalk streams of the Letcombs. The constituency's economy is diverse. We have the technology and science centres of Milton Park, Harwell Campus and Culham, near to farms that have been passed down through generations. Didcot hosts many industrial and business units, and residents benefit from the Great Western Main Line for fast commuting to and from London. Organisations such as Didcot Train, the Damascus Youth Project and Sustainable Wantage illustrate the strong culture of public service and volunteering. My constituents rightly have high expectations. During the election campaign, one of them highlighted the lack of biographical detail in a leaflet about me and asked me whether I was a doctor, a surveyor, a banker, a teacher, or an alien from outer space. Despite my love of the voyages of the crew of the USS Enterprise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can reassure you and everyone in this House that I am not an alien. Of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituency does contain many non-humans, albeit perhaps not aliens. Many a local party volunteer has come to tire of my frequent canvassing of cats as well as humans. This has on occasion helped my cause. Whilst in conversation with one voter, his cat Matthew intervened. Matthew took a strong liking to me with a great deal of leg rubbing and even sitting on my lap on the pavement outside. The voter, astonished, told me that Matthew hates nearly everyone else and that his favourable verdict on me would be taken into account. Turning to the subject of today's debate, my constituency shares many of the same challenges as the wider country. Access to GP appointments is often difficult, particularly in Didcot, which continues to yearn for a new GP surgery on Great Western Park. NHS dentistry barely exists. Sewage dumping in our waterways is a great concern, as are proposals for a large reservoir near Steventon and the Hannies. Many residents desire to walk and cycle more, but need the pleasant and safe routes and paths in order to do so. And whilst the constituency benefits from fast railway connections, the reliability and capacity of the service provided can be somewhat patchy, and we continue to lack a railway station serving Grove and Wantage. Perhaps the greatest issue on constituents' minds is the cost of housing and recent very substantial increases in the numbers of houses. I commend the government's commitment to genuinely affordable housing, but I ask them to bear in mind that residents would be more supportive of housing growth were the health, education and transport facilities needed to support it delivered in parallel. Yeah. In the pursuit of progress on these issues, I promise to work tirelessly for my constituents, and I thank them again for the opportunity to serve. It is a genuine honour to be stood here, and I look forward to working with members across the House to achieve these aims. Thank you.
I call Josh McAllister to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to pay tribute to the fantastic maiden speeches that we've heard across the House this evening, including to the member for Didcot and Wantage, and I'm sure the whole House will be reassured to know he indeed is not an alien. The first and only time I entered this chamber before being sworn in as a Member of Parliament was as a secondary school citizenship teacher to bring dozens of teenagers here to see their Parliament. On that occasion, I was required to use my teacher voice on a number of occasions, but that's not something I plan to make a habit of in this House. I'd like to begin by putting on the record my thanks to my predecessor for the Copeland, now abolished constituency, Trudy Harrison. We may disagree on matters of policy, but she has been unfailingly gracious to me and generous with her time, demonstrating the country before party approach we can all learn so much from. I may be new to this House, but I'm not new to pushing governments to get things done, something members of the opposition benches will know only too well, and there's been a number of former education secretaries who I've worked with over the years. I founded and led a national charity to get more people into fulfilling careers on the front line of children's social work, to ensure that every vulnerable child has a champion fighting their corner. From that, I was asked by the last government to chair a landmark independent review into the children's social care system. This review led me to find that the disadvantage faced by the care experience community in our country should be the civil rights issue of our time. Evidence of that disadvantage is found in worse education outcomes, worse health outcomes, and shorter lives lived. But that disadvantage is fuelled by something politicians often find too hard to discuss, and certainly MPs find too hard to mention in this chamber, which is the absence of love. And I believe every child has the right to be loved, and we've got the ability to build a care system that can provide it for them. I hope this Parliament will take up the challenge of addressing this moral outrage. The problem is huge, but the solutions are known, and with enough will, tens of thousands of lives can be transformed. It is a great honour and privilege to stand here as the first Member of Parliament for the new Whitehaven and Workington constituency. Whether it's the people of Whitehaven or the good people of Workington, who are the jam eaters, continues to be a source of fierce debate. I, of course, will remain neutral on that question, as I will on all rugby league-related matters. Nowhere is more blessed than my constituency, home to the highest peak and the deepest lake in England, with miles of beautiful coastline and the stunning western part of the Lake District that's inspired millions. And let me here pay special tribute to our amazing mountain rescue volunteers, RNLI volunteers who just this week will be celebrating their 200th anniversary, and all those who give up their time to volunteer in search and rescue services. Yeah. I have an interest to declare in this matter as a serving mountain rescue volunteer, and I will champion volunteer search and rescue services at every opportunity. Behind the doors of the towns and villages across my constituency, you'll find the warmest and friendliest Maras in the country. People forged by the drama and confidence of the surrounding landscape. People with humility, respect and determination at their core. People like Gary McKee, who ran a marathon every day for a year to raise over £1 million for cancer support. The growing network of Andy's Man Clubs in our community, tackling the crisis my area faces on male suicide. Community leaders like Rachel Holliday of Calderwood House, giving people a route out of homelessness. Our area has also forged those who weren't born West Cumbrian, but who made our corner of the world their home. Pioneers and entrepreneurs like Frank Schon, later Baron Schon of Whitehaven. Frank was an Austrian refugee who fled the Nazis, was bombed out of London, and was taken in by a kind Cumbrian farmer. He went on to set up and lead a global chemicals company based in Whitehaven, before later chairing Harold Wilson's Development Corporation and going on to serve in the other place. Today, my community is home to dozens of Ukrainian families that could, well indeed, have the next Frank Schon in them. I hope we can offer those that wish to stay a permanent home here in this country. Lord Schon is one famous example, but there are thousands of men and women like him, from Whitehaven to Workington, Gosforth to Egremont, Cleatormore to Seascale, Flimby and Seaton in the north of the constituency. Pioneers and entrepreneurs and grafters who helped West Cumbria to lead the world. It is because of this graft that mine is the constituency that's home to the UK New Balance trainer factory. I'm not wearing them right now. The Iggesund paper mill, which has been experimenting with leading carbon capture technology. It's home to Forth Engineering and React Engineering, and hundreds of other businesses represented by Britain's Energy Coast business cluster. From the coal and iron to the steelworks, and of course the world's first civil nuclear power station at the site now famously known as Sellafield. Home to a world-leading decommissioning mission which is stimulating innovation in robotics and AI. We led the world, and we can again. We've got the people, the will, the determination, and now, thankfully, the government to do it. Our nuclear heritage and our skilled workforce have what it takes to be the ideal location for the next generation of nuclear power. The government's determination to make the most of new jobs in the energy transition, to reform our broken planning system and to decarbonise the grid. These three things offer the opportunity for the people of Whitehaven and Workington to fly. A Labour government with a proper industrial strategy and the right targeted investment could completely transform the economic geography of my community. These are decisions which need to be made to create the growth we have promised and to tackle the climate crisis our planet faces. I'm determined to play my part to deliver this Labour government's mission and to ensure that West Cumbria feels the maximum possible benefit of the change we want to bring about for our country.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Congratulations to all of those who have done their maiden speeches today, particularly the member for Whitehaven and Workington, who gave an excellent speech. Like many of the maiden speeches, now I really want to visit his constituency. It just sounds like an absolutely amazing place. I'd also like to particularly congratulate all of those new members who have come from a council background, being a local councillor. It does set you up fantastically for coming here, and it means that you are under no illusions about the hard work that is required and can be put in for your constituents and the people that live in your area. So congratulations to all of you. I'd like to also congratulate the Chancellor on being the first female Chancellor. As the first woman in this place to ever lead on the economy, although I've been followed by a number more, I'm incredibly glad to see one on the government benches, and I do hope, as she says, that her tenure lasts significantly longer than some of the Chancellors that we've seen in recent times. Coming on to the subjects of the debate today, the debate is taglined Economy, Welfare and Public Services. Now, apart from the maiden speeches that we've heard, the speeches that have been focusing on anything other than economic growth have been fairly few and far between. Now, economic growth is important, and I'm not for 1 second going to deny that. But the whole point of economic growth is what you then do with it, is what you then do with that extra tax take that you have generated from the growth that you've created. There is no point in having growth for growth's sake. There is no point in having economic growth. And the Conservatives keep saying about how fast the UK is growing compared to other countries in the G7. But what's the point in that if it is the same handful of people who are getting richer and richer, and the vast majority of our constituents are struggling harder than they ever have before? We need to ensure that that economic growth, that increase in the tax take that the Labour Party are hoping to deliver, that involves a benefit for all of those who live in these islands, for all of those who live in our constituencies. It is massively disappointing to hear the Labour Party have the 6 pledges in relation to government, the 6 priorities that they have, and to not have eradicating child poverty at the heart of those. I'm really glad that they're bringing together a summit discussion, task force in order to reduce child poverty. But today, they could bring 300,000 children out of poverty and reduce and move 700,000 children into less deep poverty simply by scrapping the 2-child cap. Now, one of my predecessors in this place, Alison Thulis, campaigned incredibly hard, and everybody will know the work that she did in relation to the rape clause. There are 3,000 women across these islands who are eligible for an exemption to the cap because they have applied to the rape clause. They have had to tell the government that they were raped in order to get an uplift in the benefits. This is horrific. And even if the government are unwilling to move on the 2-child cap, they should be doing something about the rape clause and what people are having to bring forward and prove in order to get the exemption. The issues that have been raised around growth, it would be very, very easy to increase growth, again, overnight, by increasing migration. Migration to
these islands increases the amount of growth that there is. If the Prime Minister had gone to the summit with the EU leaders this week and said, yep, free movement benefits us, it benefits our economy, it benefits our society, it benefits our young people, it benefits our musicians, it benefits so many different groups and individuals, it benefits our culture, it makes this place a better place to live. Therefore, we're signing up again to free movement. Immediately, the economy would grow. If you look at some of the past budgets, if you look at one of the budgets that George Osborne gave from that dispatch box, it says in the Red Book, increasing migration will increase the tax take because of the economic growth that it will bring. My constituency and people across Scotland recognise that, and we will always argue for a better migration policy, and if they're not willing to do it for the whole of these islands, for one tailored specifically for Scotland so that we can make our own decisions that suit our communities and the needs of our communities and encourage that economic growth.
Mohammed Yassin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak in support of a King's Speech under a government which is committed to putting country before party to provide and improve lives in this country. That is what I pledged to the people of Bedford and Kempston, who I thank for putting their faith in me again to work hard for them and to restore their faith in politics as a force for positive change. The last government reduced our public services to a shadow of their former selves. In 2019, a study jointly funded by Bedford Borough Council and the NHS found that Bedford Borough was 40% underprovided in terms of the primary care estate, despite a rapid growth in population since 2011. HMP Bedford has been in and out of special measures, so I'm pleased that government has already taken action to improve the crisis in prisons. I'm also pleased to see an early priority to strengthen community policing, to increase officers and give them greater power to deal with the antisocial behaviour that blights our communities. I hope this government succeeds where the last government failed to implement a fairer funding formula for Bedfordshire Police. Wrongly funded as a rural force, it is one of the lowest funded forces in the UK, despite a £10 billion year-on-year increase to £156 million for 2024-25. The housing crisis is causing untold misery to so many of my constituents, so I'm pleased that building houses will be the priority for our government. It is indefensible that I know our parents, beginning the summer holidays, living in hotel rooms without access even to fridge or microwave to prepare food for their children, because there are no suitable social housing properties available. Even food bank vouchers are not helping when a basic staple such as UHT milk can't be kept fresh once opened. So over 15,000 children and 17,000 adults are waiting lists for mental health treatment in the area covered by NHS Bedfordshire, Luton and Milton Keynes Integrated Care Board. For years, the NHS provider has had the capital funds to bring desperately needed inpatient mental health inpatient facility, but the previous government consistently refused to provide that capital expenditure cover so we can have this facility in Bedford. I hope the new government's plan to get the NHS back on its feet includes an overhaul of how new projects are funded, because the existing CDEL funding limits are not working. Many of my constituents will be very happy to see planned legislation to bring rail back into public ownership and reform the bus services and franchising, including allowing local control and supporting public ownership. But one of the most significant transport issues in my constituency is East-West Rail. Bedford is uniquely adversely impacted by the East-West Rail project because the preferred six-track route requires the demolition of and blight of homes. The residents have been in limbo for over 5 years in unsellable homes. The proposed planning and infrastructure bill will speed up planning decisions for major infrastructures and house building and seek to reform compulsory purchases compensation rules to ensure that the compensation paid to landowner is fair. The statutory consultation stage is imminent, and I hope the government listens to the concerns that will be expressed by my constituents and does not leave people in limbo while decisions are made without their knowledge as before. Because if we want to restore faith in politics, we have to ensure our communities come with us on the plans to affect their lives. Universal Studio plan is to build a theme park near Campston is very exciting, and I look forward to working with the government to ensure we get this potentially huge investment opportunity to Bedford and Britain over the line. I'll stop here because my time is over. Thank you.
Second party.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by wishing His Majesty the very best of health on behalf of myself and my constituents in Meriden and Solihull East. And as we welcome many new members to the House, His Majesty sets a clear standard for public service that we can all hope to emulate. I've had the privilege of listening to a number of maiden speeches across the House, all fantastic, all unique, and I'm sure all of the new members will have received countless pieces of advice, so I'll just say this. None of us should ever forget, new or returning members, what a privilege it is to serve in this House and in this Parliament, the mother of all parliaments. Mr Deputy Speaker, we on the side actually have much to be proud of when it comes to the legacy of the last 14 years. Just this week we have seen inflation remain, in the last week, remain at the Bank of England target rate of 2%. We created over 800 jobs a day for the last 14 years, and it was under the Conservative government that the UK in 2023 became the third most valuable tech economy in the world, worth $1 trillion. And we also boast more than more billion-pound companies than France, Germany and Sweden combined. And of course, as has been repeatedly mentioned, we have the fastest growing economy in the G7. So I just wanted to address the notion that the government is trying to push, where they talk down the economy, paving the way for tax rises. It clearly just doesn't stack up. And if the Chancellor is to insist on pushing this alternative narrative, as we've heard today, then for me, I think there are some questions that need answering. Because surely all those promises that were made during the election can't have been made while the Chancellor, or the Shadow Chancellor she was then, while she was flying blind, especially when the OBR provides the transparency that she now denies she had. And of course, all during the campaign, we heard about how their policies were fully funded. So if the OBR forecasts weren't what she used, then what was she using to make those promises in the first place? But most importantly, and because I don't think anyone is fooled by this narrative and these tactics, if they are going to raise taxes, which taxes are they going to raise? And they need to come clean about that, because the British people deserve the truth, not whatever the government is trying to peddle to justify their tax and spend policies. Because one thing that we will do on this side for sure, and they can be assured of this, that we will do our duty and we will hold this government to account. There are a number of things I wanted to address in the King's speech, and I have to say I was also astonished by the lack of respect and the address in the King's speech to rural communities. And a lot of my communities in my rural areas felt incredibly disrespected by this, and it was incredibly disappointing. And I'm also disappointed by and deeply concerned about the focus that the party opposite has on building on the Greenbelt. We have some of the most precious Greenbelt land in Meriden and Solihull East, and not least the Meriden Gap, which is a hugely important throughway for migrating wildlife. And it's not clear how the government will protect the Meriden Gap. In fact, the only thing that has been clear in the early days of this government is that they are willing to set aside local community opinions, and anyone who challenges that will be accused of being NIMBYs. My villages in Balsall Common, in Hampton and Arden, in Marston Green, in Knowle, in Dorridge, in Chadwick End and Hockley Heath have already made huge sacrifices when it comes to Greenbelt land, not least because of HS2. And what these top-down targets and these vague references to Greybelt land are causing huge amounts of anxiety already. And why it's important, Mr Deputy Speaker, is because when it comes to setting aside community opinion and disenfranchising whole communities, this is the best way to do it, the tactics that the government is already employing. And I'm deeply, deeply concerned on that. And we on this side of the House will absolutely ensure that we hold this government to account. As the part of the title of this debate is also public services, one of my key campaign pledges during the campaign was to make sure that we restore A&E services to the borough of Solihull. And my argument on this is very simple. We have about 220,000 people in the borough. We have, if there is an emergency, my constituents will have to go all the way to Heartlands Hospital or Warwick Hospital, way too far away. And it's clear to me that the case is very strong. So one of the things I'll be campaigning for in this Parliament, whether it takes 5 or 10 or 15 years, if I'm lucky enough to be returned repeatedly, and I make no assumptions of that, of course, it will be to get an A&E service on that. And I'll be encouraged to be working with the Integrated Care Board to achieve this. I'll finish on this, Deputy Speaker. My constituents and indeed the British people have been very, very clear. And as we discharge our duties as His Majesty's official opposition, their expectations are that we do so with integrity and humility, but always with courage and boldness in what we stand for and who we are. So I assure my constituents, for the sake of our country, on this we shall not falter.
Yeah. Maiden speech, Kate Dearden.
Yeah. Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you for allowing me to make my first contribution to this House. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his contributions to this debate too. Today's debate is a crucial one on how we rebuild our economy in a way that works for all. I'm delighted to be joining my many excellent new Labour colleagues making their brilliant Labour maiden speeches. I'm also delighted to follow the incredible Holly Lynch. Yeah. Holly dedicated her talent and energy to supporting her constituents. She was a casework champion who still found time to push for protections for our emergency service workers and global causes like fair trade. Holly's commitment was second to none, and I'll do my best to follow in her footsteps. In succeeding Holly, I'm proud to take my place in one of Parliament's great traditions, the Labour Women of Halifax. Yeah. Since the election of Shirley Summerskill in 1964, there have only been 4 years where Halifax has not been represented by a Labour woman. I'm lucky to have the support of brilliant women, from the Labour Women's Network to trade union colleagues and my late teacher, Elaine Barker, who set me on the road to this House. I'm standing on the shoulders of my sisters and I will not let them down. Mr Deputy Speaker, Halifax is a town bursting with history. It was a centre of the wool trade and textile manufacturing, with the Peace Hall the most beautiful and well-known testament to our heritage. But there is far more to the history of Halifax than that. We have a magnificent minster, the imposing Wainhouse Tower, and Shibden Hall, home of lesbian diarist Anne Lister. Halifax's industrial heritage has meant a close connection to socialist movements. It was a stronghold for Chartists, a centre of trade union activism, the birthplace of Halifax Building Society, and has a legacy of cooperative movements. As a trade unionist and now a Labour and cooperative Member of Parliament, it's a history I'm proud to celebrate. And celebrating our history has become a big part of Halifax's future. The Peace Hall is now one of the UK's best music venues. This summer, hosting the Idols, Tom Jones and the Ministry of Sound, and I'll leave honourable members to guess who I prefer to see. We've reimagined the beating industrial heart of Halifax at Dean Clough Mill as a centre for art, culture, food and shopping. And this, combined with the beautiful nature of the Calder Valley, has seen Halifax transforming into Hollywood. Many in this chamber will have seen Happy Valley, but there's also Gentleman Jack, The Last Tango in Halifax, and we even hosted Marvel for their Secret Invasion. As a Member of Parliament for Halifax, I'll lobby for any future editions of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory to come and celebrate the home of Toffee, Rolos and Quality Street. There are so many other things that make Halifax a unique and special town. From our fabulous independent department store, Harvey's, where I bought today's lovely dress, to Eureka, the Children's Museum, where I and every other former school kid in the north of England went on school trips. And of course, the famous Shire, home to Halifax Town and Halifax Panthers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must also mention some of the challenges my town still faces. Like most of the ex-industrial UK, we face decades of neglect and underinvestment. Halifax endures significant deprivation, with above levels of unemployment and child poverty. Access to housing is a problem, especially for young people, and the availability of GPs came up time and time again on the doorstep. The people of Halifax have struggled for too long with the cost of living crisis, low wages and poor public services. This has been the story of my town and of our country. As anyone who knows Yorkshire will guess, the people of Halifax have done much to help each other. Halifax is the home of Andy's Man Club, which many members will know from their essential work to support men's mental health. I met their volunteers and also those at Healthy Minds, another great charity helping tackle mental illness. Noah's Ark Debt Centre offers crucial financial support, and the Holy Nativity Church in Mixenden is one of several organisations running a food bank and a Pay What You Can cafe. There's Daisy Chain Cafe, which provides a haven for the elderly to meet and socialise, and St Augustine Centre, which gives much needed support to refugees. These brilliant community initiatives have done their best to help those struggling in recent years, and they've achieved much. However, we know that the buck stops with us, and that we must address the issues facing our nation and prove that things can get better. These issues, when not addressed, lead to suffering, despair and anger. We on the Labour benches can celebrate our success at the election, but a victory for our party is only ever a means to an end. Our goal now is to bring about the change we promised. I'm proud to be delivering my maiden speech in this debate, where we set the agenda for what we will do to improve the lives of everyone across the country. Part of this is close to my own heart, the New Deal for working people. In my previous role at the brilliant Community Trade Union, I was proud to be part of drafting these aims alongside trade union colleagues. This agenda on extending workers' rights, including for those who are self-employed or part of the gig economy, is one I want to champion over the next 5 years. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to end with a few thank yous. Firstly, to all the people I've mentioned so far, who make Halifax the wonderful town it is, thank you for everything you do. Secondly, to the incredible activists of Halifax, the Labour team in our town should be the envy of CLPs nationwide, and I could not be more grateful. And as every member in this House knows, we are here because of those around us, the family, friends and colleagues who supported us. So I want to thank my wonderful friends, my mum, my dad, my sister and my partner Brad. And finally, thank you to the people of Halifax for trusting me. I'll fight every day to achieve everything I can for you and reward the faith that you've shown in me.
Ben Obviously Ejected.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to you for calling me to make my maiden speech during this King's Speech debate on the economy, welfare and public services. And I congratulate the Honourable Member for Halifax on her maiden speech. As a former officer in the Duke of Wellington's regiment, it is a constituency that obviously has deep links with my former regiment and indeed its antecedent regiments, the 33rd and 76th of Foot. It is fantastic to hear new members on both sides of the House speak so passionately and eloquently about their constituencies. I speak as the first new Member of Parliament for Huntingdon since 2001, but I'm only the third new member in my lifetime and only the fourth new member for the seat since the Second World War. It is therefore an enormous privilege to have been elected to represent the constituency, and I'm honoured to have been voted for by my constituents, following such a long-serving Member of Parliament. Yeah. My predecessor, Jonathan Jogley, served the House and his constituents for some 23 years. In Parliament, he served on the Trade and Industry Select Committee, as Solicitor General and as a Shadow Business Minister. In Government, he was the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry of Justice. But my predecessor's proudest achievements came from the work he delivered locally. His work on tackling flooding from the River Great Ouse saw significant flood alleviation projects delivered in St Ives and the Hemmingfords, and further upstream in Godmanchester. Work that has saved thousands from the crippling impact of flood damage on homes and businesses. work I intend to build upon, delivering further solutions to flooding across the constituency for villages like Alconbury, Abbots Ripton, Wistow, Kimbolton, Broughton and Erith. My predecessor is also rightly proud of his work in facilitating the delivery of both the A14 and the A428, road infrastructure projects which have transformed travel across Cambridgeshire and stand to greatly enhance the region via its position at the tip of the UK Innovation Corridor. The development has set the conditions for Huntingdon's future growth, offering the opportunity for better jobs, taking advantage of the Cambridge cluster and expansion across the region, meaning Huntingdon could be a business hub in its own right, not just a dormitory town for London and for Cambridge. Indeed, despite the growth Huntingdon has seen over the past 60 years, first via the post-war London overspill and now via expansive development, the constituency is still characterised by its thriving towns and its vibrant villages. From the market towns of Huntingdon and St Ives to our rural villages, from Sawtry to Somersham, Houghton to Hamerton, Covington to Colne, Pidley to Perry, and 3 dozen others that won't stretch to my tortured alliteration. Each with their own character and identity, Huntingdonshire is a region with a rich history and one that it will be a privilege to steward. That history extends to some of my other predecessors. Many of you will already be aware that Huntingdon is the seat of a former Prime Minister in Sir John Major, who is still held in the highest regard across the constituency, and it was an honour to receive his endorsement during the recent election campaign. Famously, it is also the former seat of the Lord Protector, Oliver Cromwell. Cromwell was the Member of Parliament for Huntingdon in 1628 for just over 1 year until Charles I dissolved Parliament, and records show that he made just one speech in that time. So far, so equal. Whilst it is clear that Huntingdon expects a certain level of stature from its Members of Parliament, notable though Sir John Major and Oliver Cromwell surely are, they are arguably not Huntingdon's most famous product. Nor is it even the celebrated diarist, Samuel Pepys, who attended Huntingdon Grammar School. For the accolade should in fact be awarded to a lunchtime staple, one that everyone is familiar with, one that everyone has a favourite version of, one that some members may well have had for lunch this very day. For John Montagu, 3 times First Lord of the Admiralty, Postmaster General and Secretary of State, is not notable for his political career, nor his colourful social life. No, John Montagu, whose family home was Hinchinbrook House in Huntingdon, is best known today, somewhat arcanely, by the title and the moniker bestowed upon his favourite snack to consume during long sessions at the card table. Indeed, such was the popularity of said snack that other card players would also wish to order it. They would cry, "I'll have the same as sandwich!" And it's obvious where this is going, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For John Montagu, the 4th Earl of Sandwich, not being prepared to break from the card table to eat, would ask his servants to bring him slices of salted beef between 2 pieces of toasted bread. Yes, amongst its formidable political alumni, Huntingdon can also lay claim to a genuine global culinary revolution, described by the Wall Street Journal no less as Britain's biggest contribution to gastronomy. Huntingdon is the birthplace of the modern sandwich. Every day is a school day. I digress. Huntingdon's rich history is also characterised by an inextricable link to service via its long relationship with military aviation, initially through the Royal Flying Corps and subsequently during the Second World War via RAF Bomber Command's Pathfinder Force and the United States Army Air Force's 303rd Bombardment Group. On the 4th of July 1942, the US 8th Air Force flew the first American mission over Nazi-occupied Europe from RAF Molesworth. Latterly, during the Cold War, RAF Alconbury saw the US Air Force provide covert high-altitude reconnaissance along the East German border in a new variant of their famed U-2 spy plane, in addition to providing battlefield damage assessment in the event of a nuclear strike. Most of that base is now Huntingdon's newest housing estate, Alconbury Weald, surely the only housing development in the country with fully functional nuclear decontamination and washdown facilities. Since then, RAF Warboys, RAF Upwood and RAF Brampton have all since disappeared. The constituency still retains those links, with RAF Alconbury and RAF Molesworth still operated by the United States Air Force and RAF Whitton on the cutting edge of our own defence intelligence capability. Those links carry through into the constituency itself, and it is striking just how many veterans have made their home within its boundaries. 1 in 9 households within Huntingdon are home to a veteran, a staggering number when compared to other constituencies, and a community that, as a British Army veteran myself, I am proud to represent as their Member of Parliament, even if to many of those RAF veterans, I'm just a pongo. I know well how important it is to support our veterans community and to commit to improving veterans' welfare. Having undergone the process myself, the transition from service to civilian life has its challenges, and there are many stories of both success and failure. I served on the Veterans Advisory and Pensions Committee and know well how important it is to ensure that veterans are able to access the services they need. Veterans' identity cards have helped to open those pathways for many who would otherwise struggle to evidence their service. But I would hope that the government will look closely at how support itself is provided. Restructuring Veterans UK and creating a more comprehensive, holistic offering, easing access via an overhauled Veterans Gateway could streamline access to the welfare services that our veterans need. Whilst the cohort of veterans in this House is smaller than in previous parliaments, it is now younger and sports members on both sides of the House who have more recent operational experience and, crucially, more recent experience of the often difficult post-military transition to civilian life. Parliament is well placed to champion veterans' welfare, and given the debt our democracy owes to those who have served so proudly, I hope that we can collectively ensure that the finest armed forces in the world are treated here as the finest veterans in the world.
Yeah.
I know Huntingdon's veterans would expect me to challenge the government to meet that standard. I'm hugely proud of having been given this opportunity to serve Huntingdon, to be its champion both in Parliament and in the constituency, and I look forward to meeting the challenges ahead. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Nadia Whittam.
I congratulate the Honourable Member for Huntingdon on a fantastic maiden speech, and particularly the passion with which he talks about veterans and the need for more support for veterans. I'd like to start by thanking the people of Nottingham East for electing me once again to represent them in Parliament. It remains the honour of my life to represent my home city. I'd also like to pay tribute to my friend, the Honourable Member for Nottingham South, who is a formidable champion for our city, and I know will be missed by the residents of Castleward, which is now in my constituency following the boundary review. Mr Deputy Speaker, what a contrast between this King's speech and the last. For the first time in 14 years, we have a set of policies that prioritise people's rights and well-being, policies that draw on the rich history of the labour movement, policies to help protect the right to strike, to enhance the right to flexible working, and to end fire and rehire. We also have policies that echo some of the great achievements of previous Labour governments, that recognise the value of owning and running services and infrastructure for the common good. The failure of the previous Conservative governments to combat the climate crisis should terrify us all. We have so much catching up to do if we're to avert the chaos it threatens. So I welcome our government's plans to speed up the transition to renewables through a publicly owned clean energy company. And with a bill to bring rail services back into public ownership, I hope to see far less regularly those chilling words, rail replacement bus service. I'm also relieved to see the return of some policies that successive Conservative governments promised, but never delivered. A bill that will end no-fault evictions and improve renters' rights, and another that will ban so-called conversion therapy once and for all. I have heard from survivors the horrific impact that these hate-fuelled conversion practices have had on their lives. To finally end them, it is right that such a bill is trans-inclusive and it must be loophole-free. It is time to challenge the confected moral panic that is harming LGBTQ+ people, and in particular the trans community. This is not the 1980s, and we are not going back there. And instead of pitting trans rights against women's rights, our government has an opportunity to demonstrate what improving women's safety actually looks like through delivering on our promise to halve violence against women and girls. The constant harassment on our streets and the hidden abuse in our homes is what we need to prevent, not trans people using the bathroom they feel most comfortable in. Mr Speaker, the party opposite has made our society poorer, more unequal and more authoritarian. From the 4.3 million children forced to live in poverty, more than 1 in 3 in Nottingham East, to the destruction of our public services, to the damage to our democratic system, our country is in crisis. The laws that allowed these things to happen in the first place belong in the dustbin of history. And Mr Deputy Speaker, we should start by scrapping the two-child benefit cap, which would immediately lift 300,000 children out of poverty. This election delivered a historic victory for our party. Our regular meetings of East Midlands Labour MPs used to be quite lonely affairs. Well, not anymore. I welcome my new honourable friends to their places, their victories justly deserved. This was a historic election for other reasons as well that we can't afford to overlook. Disillusionment with politics is providing fertile ground for those who wish to divide us. If we are to keep the far right from gaining further ground, status quo politics will not be enough. Tweaks to a failed neoliberal economic system will not deliver the improvements in living standards that people need, nor will they prepare us for the challenges of the future. With a historic victory, we have a historic responsibility to redistribute wealth and power into people's hands so they feel the difference a Labour government can make. The measures in the King's speech are important first steps in that direction. Let's turn them into bold strides in the coming months and years. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I couldn't finish my first speech in the new Parliament without highlighting the unbearable situation in Gaza. Palestinians need a ceasefire now. They needed one 9 months ago. I welcome my party's position shifting over recent months and the restoration of UNRWA funding. But when British weapons are continuing to be used in contravention of international...
Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to return to this place representing the residents of the new constituency of Glastonbury and Somerton. Constituents tell me that the issues that matter to them most are health and social care, rural affairs, housing and local services. And there are around 2.5 million people out of work with long-term sickness. So the challenge for this government is to fix the health and care crisis, as a healthy economy requires a healthy NHS. So this new Parliament presents an opportunity to work collaboratively to fix many of the issues plaguing my constituents. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a cavity of dental provision in Somerset. There are no dentists in Glastonbury and Somerton taking on new NHS patients. One practice in Street hasn't had an NHS dentist in post for 18 months, despite the job being advertised continuously. And I'm sure all members have heard many heartbreaking stories from people suffering in dental agony. But I recently spoke to Ian from Langport, who told me he is unable to access the crucial NHS healthcare he needs. His only option is private dental treatment, which will cost him over £3,000. And so for Ian and so many others, this is simply unaffordable. It's no wonder residents are left open-mouthed when they hear that £8 million was underspent on NHS dentistry in Somerset last year alone. NHS dental contracts need urgent reform and the recruitment crisis must be unblocked. People are also waiting longer to see a GP. Last year, the number of 4-week waits rose by 49% in Somerset. The number of GPs must increase in order to guarantee patients the right to see a GP within a week or 24 hours if it's urgent. By improving local frontline services, we will reduce pressure on our hospitals. Now, I was delighted to visit a rural health hub in the last Parliament, and I call on this government to maintain support for these hubs, as they have proven that they offer flexible and accessible healthcare provision for our rural and farming communities. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is Farm Safety Week, and it marks the 10th anniversary of the Farm Safety Foundation. It's an organisation that I'm proud to work alongside to highlight the key challenges farmers and farm workers face every day. People working in agriculture are 21 times as likely to be injured at work compared to the national average, while 95% of farmers under 40 agreed that poor mental health is the biggest problem facing the industry today. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the agricultural sector is crucial to the rural economy and farming is vital to UK food security. But inflationary pressures continue to damage farm businesses, and the mismanaged transition from BPS to ELMS are forcing many farmers out of business. Food security also requires fair access to international markets. However, the last government's botched trade deals damaged this. These deals undermine our nation's health, environmental and animal welfare standards and must urgently be renegotiated. To protect the rural economy, there needs to be fairness in the food chain. The Groceries Code Adjudicator needs more teeth. This will support our farmers and protect consumers from unfair price rises. Mr Deputy Speaker, Glastonbury and Somerton is home to some of the lowest lying land in the country, so a serious commitment to food food security requires a robust approach to flood management. Of course, agricultural land will always play a vital role in preventing flood damage to urban areas, but this cannot be at the expense of agricultural businesses who need to be properly compensated for the sacrifices they make. Mr Deputy Speaker, ensuring water is managed correctly also means managing the nutrient load of rivers and lakes. Legislation is required that ensures nutrients enrich and improve our soils rather than being leached away into our rivers, adding to the pollution crisis. Making these reforms would unlock the 18,000 homes in Somerset that already have planning permission that are currently waiting to be built. The new government has pledged to make this possible, and I welcome the new Secretary of State for Housing's recent commitments on this issue. And I eagerly await to hear their plans, because there is a serious shortage of homes and a solution is desperately needed. But I am clear that these homes must be built in the right places to the best possible environmental standards and be delivered with the infrastructure communities so desperately need. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, after years of an out-of-touch Conservative government taking us all for granted, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work together to deliver the ambitious changes we desperately need.
Maiden speech, Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have been preceded by many wonderful first speeches, particularly from the Honourable Member for Huntington and my fellow Cumbrian representative, the Honourable Member for Whitehaven and Workington, to whom I say, Warwick Mara. I would like to start my first speech by paying tribute to my predecessor, David Morris. I know he knocked on a lot of ministers' doors to get funding for Eden Project Morecambe, and I thank him for it. I made a solemn promise to him that I would deliver Eden Project Morecambe and make it work for local people. And thanks to boundary changes, I actually have two other predecessors. Morecambe and Lunesdale has gained a tract of beautiful Westmoreland, which was formerly represented by the Honourable Member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale. I know from speaking to his former constituents that the Honourable Member is highly regarded and leaves some big boots to fill. I also gained Lower Lune Valley Ward from my good friend and mentor, the Honourable Member for Lancaster and Wyre. When I joined the Labour Party in 2014 after the birth of my first child, my honourable friend invited me for a brew. I thought this was a very kind gesture. Little did I know what she had in store for me. I hope she now feels that the aching arms she got from my particularly enormous newborn were well worth it. I would also like to pay tribute to the tireless work of the Labour Women's Network and the 50-50 Parliament campaign in their collective efforts to see more women members elected. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention my predecessor, Geraldine Smith, who is extremely well regarded in the constituency. And what a constituency it is. Morecambe and Lunesdale is definitely the most beautiful constituency in the country. From the golden sands of Middleton, through the beautiful Art Deco buildings and stunning sunsets of Morecambe, up the lush Lune Valley, across the national landscape of Arnside and Silverdale, and into the wild beauty of Westmoreland, you would be hard-pushed to find a better place to live or work. My constituency has a diverse set of towns and villages, all with their own needs, and also all with fantastically strong communities. Their difference should be respected and celebrated, and where their needs do overlap, often the solutions need to be tailored to their specific circumstances. In constituencies such as Morecambe and Lunesdale, one size does not fit all. So as our new government delivers its ambitious programme of national renewal, I will ensure that the voices of all my communities are heard. My aim is to be a good constituency MP. For me, there is no more honourable ambition, and I am extremely grateful to all the people who supported me and enabled me to have that honour. In His Majesty's most gracious speech, we heard about the government's plan to reform our bus systems, and as a proud member of Lancaster and District Bus Users Group, I welcome this warmly. as I also warmly welcome the new government's dedication to farming and rural communities, with the Secretary of State's contribution in this place last week, setting out a new deal for farmers, action on water pollution, and plans to tackle the nature emergency. Speaking of nature, in Morecambe, the shrimps are not only part of the local fauna and a local delicacy that comes highly recommended, but they're also the local football team. And I look forward to delivering on my promise to them of a new independent football regulator. Before joining this chamber, I served as a Lancashire County Councillor for 8 years, and in that time I've specialised in health and social care and served on our Health Scrutiny Committee. I'm sure members across the chamber will agree with me that we expect the highest standards of care for our constituents. So I pay tribute here to the many patients and health campaigners who have worked so hard to ensure safe, equitable care for all. Many a health and care leader in Lancashire and South Cumbria has met me across a committee table. I hope they found me a fair, if sometimes firm, scrutineer. I'm a humanist. Humanists are people who shape our lives in the here and now, because we believe it's the only life we have. And what is politics if not shaping lives in the here and now? Humanists try to treat everyone we come across with warmth, understanding and respect. We believe that we as humans have everything we need: logic, reason, evidence and empathy to make good, ethical decisions. It is these values that I hope to bring to my role in decision-making here in this place. And so I welcome our government's focus on service, integrity and honesty. If we are to rebuild trust in politics, we must adhere to these principles rigorously. And I'm sure members across the chamber will do so. Finally, I would like to dedicate this speech to my family. My mum and dad, who brought up me and my sister Hannah with good morals and lots of love. My husband Miles, for always having my back and taking on an unfair share of the family duties alongside a full-time role with the NHS. My kids, for putting up with mummy being away so often. And my grandma and granddad, who we lost in 2022. Grandma, remembering her parents' hard upbringing where they experienced sometimes abject poverty, always voted Labour. Much to the annoyance of my working-class Tory granddad. When I was first elected to the county council, Grandad told me, "Hey, Liz, I'm right proud of you. It's a pity you're on the wrong side." My Grandad might not have been a Labour supporter, but he did believe in service. And I look forward to working with members across the House to serve our country and to serve my people in Morecambe and Lunesdale. Thank you.
A maiden speech, Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I just want to say well done to the member for Morecambe and Lunesdale for her maiden speech. Congratulations. I rise today to express my heartfelt gratitude to the electorate of North Down for the tremendous privilege of electing me to represent them in the House of Commons. I am so humbled and privileged, and I pledge before God to serve them to the best of my ability. I will always put you first. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the work of my predecessor, Dr. Stephen Barry. I wish him every success in his future endeavours. I am a proud Ulsterman, and anyone who knows Ulstermen and Ulsterwomen know that we're very generous and we love to meet new people. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite everyone to visit North Down, the best part of the United Kingdom to live, work and invest in. Our stunning coastline features the beautiful city of Bangor and Crawfordsburn Country Park, alongside historical sites such as Bangor Abbey and Grey Point Fort. North Down is also home to the exceptional golf courses and Hollywood Golf Club, where the brilliant Rory McIlroy honed his skills from the age of 7. With excellent road and rail access to Belfast, North Down offers a perfect blend of natural beauty and modern amenities. Please come and visit, you will be welcome. Maybe not all in one go, though. Turning to the theme of the economy, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the distinguished Hilary Benn in his new role as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and wish him every success. I fully support the plans laid out in the King's Speech, which aim to deliver economic prosperity and kickstart growth. The partnership approach with the Northern Ireland Assembly is particularly welcome. I'm encouraged by the HMRC figures showing Northern Ireland recording the fastest year-on-year job growth for the second consecutive month, significantly outperforming other parts of the United Kingdom. Furthermore, I am encouraged to note that median month wage growth in Northern Ireland is outpacing that of other parts of the United Kingdom, positioning us 5th amongst 12 UK regions. It is imperative that we build upon the economic success and translate it into improved quality of life and regeneration in North Down. We must also be mindful of the fact that most of Northern Ireland's trade occurs across the vital east-west axis between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, alongside the important, albeit lesser, north-south corridor with the Republic of Ireland. According to the Northern Ireland Statistics and Search Agency, sales and exports along the east-west corridor between Great Britain and Northern Ireland were valued at £12.8 billion in 2021. In comparison, sales and exports between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland totaled just £5.2 billion. This highlights why the union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is invaluable and should be cherished, as it enhances the economic quality of life for all our people and communities across Northern Ireland. We can look to our Ulster Scots heritage in Donaghadee and Malile as prime examples of outstanding development, spearheaded by two distinguished figures, Sir James Hamilton, 1st Viscount of Clandeboy, and Sir Hugh Montgomery, 1st Viscount Montgomery, in the early 17th century. Their legacy should serve as inspirations for the ongoing economic development of Donaghadee and North Down, particularly in areas of industry and infrastructure. However, not all is well within my constituency. We have the Queen's Parade project in Bangor, which has seen Queen's Parade lying derelict for decades. We have our minor injury units closed. We have no police station inquiry offices open in North Down. I bet you nobody in this room or this chamber has no police inquiry office that can't be opened. People can't see their GPs in my constituency. The roads are full of potholes. And there is a lack of social housing and new starter homes for young families who want to start on the housing ladder. I really hope that this government will help improve my constituents' lives. It is essential to note that the Northern Ireland Protocol is fundamentally flawed, as it creates a de facto border in the Irish Sea, undermining the integrity of the UK by separating Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK. This arrangement has led to increased bureaucracy, hurdles, and trade barriers, disrupting economic stability and supply chains. Furthermore, it has caused political and social tensions within Northern Ireland, raising legitimate concerns amongst unionists about their place within the United Kingdom. I contend that by prioritising the EU's regulatory framework over the wishes of the people of Northern Ireland to be a full part of the UK, the protocol disregards democratic principles, subjects us to foreign laws, and needs to be changed and needs to go. Finally, I want to raise about my parents. My mum and dad were killed in a fire last year in Bangor in their home, and to say that caused a lot of heartache for me, it did. But what I want to say about my dad is that my dad believed in me, especially in all my 4 attempts to try to get to Westminster, and I finally succeeded. So I just want to say to my dad, I hope I made you proud. And I want to also say that when you have everything taken away from you like that, it makes you realise just how much important your family is. It makes you see everything that you've taken for granted throughout your life, such as the health service always been there for you, and I do appreciate those people in the health service that try to help my mum and dad. Also the PSNI who try to help me, our police service, I so much appreciate you. And I also want to pay tribute to the Northern Ireland Fire Service, who did everything in their power to help my mum and dad. And I just want to let you know that I appreciate everything that you've done for my family, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Order. It's my intention to call the wind-ups to beginning around 9:30. Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I just want to start off, and I know I speak for the whole House, when I say to the member of North Down, your parents, and I know your father will be definitely proud of you today, and the work I'm sure you'll do in this House. You should take that with you in every step in this place. They will be, and they are proud of you. So, congratulations. Firstly, I'd like to thank my constituents of Blackpool South for re-electing me as their Member of Parliament for the second time in as many months. I have to say, it feels a lot nicer speaking from here than it was over there. But hopefully I'll do them proud. The legislation announced last week is important to my constituents who, after 14 years of Tory rule, lived in the second most deprived constituency in the UK, and have been deprived of opportunities, of decent healthcare, of quality housing, and they've been deprived of safety. These are some of the areas I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak about today on their behalf. Many of my colleagues in this House will have visited my constituency at some point in their lives, perhaps for a party conference, a childhood holiday, or a cheeky weekend away. Blackpool is not just a place, though, you pass through, and the chaos of the railways under the last government have left us abandoned at the end of the line. I'm relieved that this government plans to bring our railways back into public ownership, a reliable and affordable service which will allow my constituents to access better opportunities. The King's Speech gives the rest of this House the opportunity to recognise Lancashire's potential growth too. Like our Greater Manchester, Merseyside and West Yorkshire neighbours, Lancashire would greatly benefit from a devolution deal with an elected Metro Mayor who has the powers over transport, roads, urban regeneration, skills and housing. And I'll work alongside my fellow Lancashire members in this House and council leaders to secure the best devolution possible for our county. This morning, the Environment Agency issued a pollution warning across my constituency's coastline and advised against entering our waters. This is the 5th day since my re-election that a warning like this has been issued. This is unacceptable. This now not only threatens tourism, but my constituents' health, well-being and sense of local pride. Local campaign group Foul Coast Against Sewage deserves recognition for its hard work testing the waters of our shores. With strengthening the powers of the regulator through the Water Special Measures Bill, Blackpool residents can hope to once again reap the benefits of our greatest national asset. For a town that has served the working classes with entertainment, work in Blackpool itself is precarious, often characterised as poor, insecure and seasonal work. The Employment Rights Bill, which will ban exploitative practices and enhance employment rights, will transform the lives of working people in Blackpool, just as the former Labour government did for my family. As a fellow working class northerner, the Deputy Prime Minister knows she has my full support for her pioneering New Deal for working people. Thousands of my constituents are set to receive a pay rise that will help them lift out of poverty. I'm pleased that legislation will be brought forward to strengthen community policing and give the police greater powers to deal with antisocial behaviour. As it's strengthening support for victims, Reclaim Blackpool Map is a grassroots project run by women in the town highlighting the prevalence of public sexual harassment. As a White Ribbon ambassador for over 5 years, I've been working to educate men and young people and boys in my community, and I know that the new Minister for Safeguarding will work tirelessly to tackle violence against women and girls, and she has my full support. Blackpool is a place of great resilience, where people come together to muster against the odds. That was tangible in March 2019, when I joined thousands of fans returning to Bloomfield Road after the successful boycott campaign to remove the corrupt owners of Blackpool FC. Huge credit goes to the Blackpool Supporters Trust, who campaigned to restore integrity, pride and professionalism to our club. The Football Governance Bill is a step in the right direction to returning the game to fans who make it what it is. And I cannot talk about football fans without acknowledging the 97 who will finally get justice under this government's Hillsborough law. Yeah. In conclusion, there will be many measures of success of this government, but one important symbolic one, I believe, will be the successes of Blackpool. And as their Member of Parliament, I'll be fighting to ensure the people in Blackpool South are no longer at the back of the queue. Thank you.
Maiden speech, Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech today. I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Member for Blackpool South for his passionate speech, but also join him in his comments for the Member of North Down. I think a massive congratulations, and also I am sure that your father is extremely proud of your position here and your public service that you will give. I stand here exactly 50 years since my mum came to the UK from Malaysia. She came here for an education and stayed to build a business and raise a family. As I helped in my mum's shop, my parents instilled in me values of community, tolerance and perseverance, something I hope will guide me during my time as an MP. One of my predecessors, Bim Afalami, also proudly shared his story as a child of immigrants in search of a good education and the values that he learnt and we saw that he brought to his role as the MP for Hitchin and Harpenden. It's a real honour to be the first MP for the brand new seat of Harpenden and Berkhamsted. More than just two towns, it is a rich tapestry that fills the northwest corner of Hertfordshire with history, natural beauty, culture and innovation. We're a collection of proud and vibrant communities where you'll find 4 beautiful chalk streams and the Grand Union Canal that tie us together like silver threads. The River Baldwin runs through Berkhamsted, where the Crown of England surrendered to William the Conqueror in 1066, and its river course would go on to fill the 3 moats of Berkhamsted Castle. The River Gade starts in Little Gaddesden, neighbouring the Ashridge estate, somewhere you may have seen in films and dramas, such as Robin Hood, The Crown, and of course, Bridget Jones's Diary. Members of the House are most welcome to join me locally at the Rex Cinema or pursue one of the largest film collections in the world at the British Film Institute's National Archives. As we swoop across the constituency, the River Vere exits above the ground near the village of Markyate, traversed by the Roman Watling Street and continues through Flamstead and Redbourne. Our final chalk stream, the River Lee, flows through Harpenden and Wheatamstead, a doomsday village that has been home to 2 Prime Ministers. These precious chalk streams have not only witnessed historic events and the lives, hopes and dreams of countless local people, but with only around 200 in the world, are of rare ecological importance, known as England's rainforests. Sadly, however, we've seen their decline, as sewage has been pumped into the waterways, and the River Vere, having finally recovered its flow, has seen over 2,500 hours of sewage discharge this year alone. The same fate goes for the Grand Union Canal, where you can jump out at Tring. Although you may not be able to see the zebras or cassowaries in Tring Park anymore, you can visit them in our Natural History Museum. People in our part of Hertfordshire are proud of our natural landscapes, and I join them in campaigning to protect our environment and tackle the climate crisis. The other side of our local communities blossomed from the Industrial Revolution, which brought another type of silver track, the train lines. And rumour has it that some of the original commuters are still waiting for that rail replacement bus service. Britain initially led the world in railways, but the decline of our public transport feels as if it's gathered pace year on year. Bus services, vital bus services to our towns and rural communities, have been cut by more than half in Hertfordshire in recent years, and that's not to mention the cuts to local authorities, which have impacted other vital services. We're not immune to the health and social care crisis either, as local people struggle to get the care they need, wait weeks to see a GP, or cannot find an NHS dentist. Indeed, one of my other predecessors, Mike Penning, who served Hemel Hempstead for 19 years, campaigned tirelessly on healthcare for the area. I aim to continue as that champion to ensure that local people get the healthcare they need and closer to home. Local people have continued the enterprising spirit of the area, which still thrives today, from building e-bikes, distilling gin, creating startups and innovating in agriculture at Rothamsted Research, with a thriving agri-tech hub. And indeed, our greatest assets are our local people, open-minded, tolerant, hard-working and compassionate. It is for them that I am here, It is thanks to them that I am here, and I will always put them first. Given the picture often painted of our corner of Hertfordshire, you might think we're solely an affluent commuter area, but this is far from the reality for everyone. So many families, individuals, and local businesses are struggling to make ends meet as bills continue to rise. I remember the struggles my family faced when the economy turned and business got tough. That's why I'm passionate about supporting those local families, tackling inequality, and not just the vital businesses, the local businesses we value today, but also the entrepreneurs and enterprises of tomorrow. Standing here in the most diverse parliament we have ever seen, we have a real opportunity for change. We must act now to rebuild trust in politicians and politics that has sadly been eroded in recent years. For me, that means putting local people first. The people of Harpenden, Berkhamsted, Tring, and our villagers from Longmarston to Jersey Farm, from Ringshaw to Sandridge. And thinking back to where my story began, it is a privilege indeed to be in this place, representing a story that so many others in our country have some share in. My mother came to this country in search of opportunity, and through her own hard work, she found it. Through everything I do here, I want to ensure that same opportunity is available for all who seek it out, and continue to be guided by these values of community, tolerance, and perseverance.
Hear, hear. Maiden speech, Luke Akehurst.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make my maiden speech. I congratulate the Honourable Member for Harpenden and Berkhamsted on a fine speech, a very impressive description of her constituency and of her motivations for coming to this place. It has taken me some time to get elected to the House. I first stood in a general election back in 2001, so no one can accuse me of being a young man in a rush, and I'm humbled to finally be here. I've done some other things in party politics along the way. I would like to pay tribute to my late mum and dad, who inspired me to get involved in politics, and they gave me my Labour values, and I'm sorry that they just missed out on the chance to see me get here. I'd also like to thank my family for their huge support, including lots of campaigning and lots of patience as my speech has come rather late in this debate. I want to thank the electors of North Durham for voting for me to represent them in this House. I promise I will always fight for their interests and would not want to represent a finer constituency. I follow into the House the Right Honourable Kevin Jones. He is an extremely tough act to follow, and I wish him well both in overcoming his health troubles and in his new role elevated to the other place. Kevin was elected MP for North Durham in 2001 and served the constituency and this House with distinction for 23 years. He was utterly committed to the defence and security of our country, serving as a MOD minister, multiple stints on the Defence Committee, the longest-serving member of the Intelligence and Security Committee, a Vice-President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and a Commissioner of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission. This is highly appropriate given the number of veterans that we have in the North Durham constituency, particularly people associated with the DLI, the Durham Light Infantry. I'm sure that in the other place, Kevin will continue to work on defence and other issues, such as the Sub-Postmaster's Campaign for Justice. His continued work on the Horizon Redress Advisory Board will be a reassurance to victims. Kevin will continue to pursue an outcome for sub-postmasters who used the capture software in the 1990s. This is currently the subject of an independent investigation which was commissioned by the government earlier this year. Many honourable members will know that Kevin is a keen photographer, often capturing and sharing the beauty of North Durham. Countless voters and local organisations have told me how much they have been helped by Kevin. He is held in high regard not just across this House, but across North Durham. I've been elected in a long line of Labour members, all, as far as I can discern, from the same moderate tradition in the party that I stand in, and including distinguished frontbenchers such as Giles Radici and Jack Lawson, who served as Atlas Secretary of State for War in the closing days of World War II. The Chesterley Street part of my constituency has a unique distinction in the history of the Labour Party, having returned a Labour member to the House continuously since 1906, so no pressure on me to keep winning there at all. However, this long Labour history does not mean North Durham is a safe seat. In every characteristic other than never having been lost, it is a red wall seat and has been electorally competitive in the last 2 contests. Indeed, this most recent election campaign was rather livelier than I would have preferred. Chesterley Street is only one part of North Durham on its current boundaries, though, the other major town being Stanley. The constituency is rural, surprisingly so. Aside from the 2 main towns, there are numerous villages, and I may get into trouble for not listing some of them, but I'm going to try to list the major ones: Sacriston, Tantoby, Tanfield, Beamish, Burnmore, Lumley, Pelton, Pelton Fell, Craghead, Euston, Lanchester, Burnhope, Castleside and Anfield Plain are just some of them. At this point, I wish to thank the Right Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay. Lanchester, Burnhope and Castleside were previously represented by him in North West Durham in the last Parliament. He has been most courteous and helpful in handing over responsibility for these fine communities. I would urge honourable members to visit North Durham. As well as fine towns and villages, it has stunning countryside and attractions including Beamish, the world-famous open-air museum which brings the history of North East England to life, and Durham County Cricket Club's Riverside Ground. Kevin always described North Durham as a rural constituency with urban problems, and this remains the case. Mining is at the heart of the history and previous economy of North Durham. Almost every village has a pit wheel memorial. Many of them have memorials also to terrible mining disasters, and many have lodge banners that are paraded at the Durham Gala. The decline of the industry, which went over many decades, and its eventual destruction in the 1980s, along with the closure of other major local employers, have left terrible economic and social scars and a sense that some communities in the constituency have been left behind. Levelling up, if it reached anywhere, did not reach the proud communities that elected me. That brings me to the local importance of the topic of today's debate: economy, welfare and public services. North Durham needs economic stability and growth. It is a travesty that there are so many families dependent on food banks. It needs new, skilled and well-paid jobs in the industries of the future. It needs investment and procurement decisions by the government to be targeted at creating jobs where they are most needed. North Durham needs a fairer distribution of public spending. Changes to the local government funding formula over the last 14 years have been unfair and removed resources from authorities such as Durham County Council dealing with the highest levels of deprivation and hampered their ability to deliver effective local services. That urgently needs to be changed in the next local government funding settlement. Capital spending on public services is also urgently needed. On Friday, I visited Sacriston Academy, a primary school. I was horrified to find excellent teachers delivering high-quality education, but in a setting that was literally falling down, with ceilings held up by scaffolding joists and whole classrooms built in 1910. Indeed, famous former pupils of the school include Bobby Robson, unusable due to water penetration through the ceilings and walls. Local children deserve so much better. Public transport in the constituency is not fit for purpose. We need more frequent and reliable buses and more trains stopping at Chesterley Street. And we need the economic regeneration of local town centres. The once thriving front streets of Chesterley Street and Stanley are run down and need new life. I thank the House for listening to me today, and I look forward to contributing to debates here and fighting tenaciously for the cause of North Durham and its people and the wider North East.
Order. I apologise to any backbenchers who can't get in, but I'm afraid we now have to move to the wind-ups, and I call for the Liberal Democratic Party, Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And may I start by congratulating the Honourable Member for North Durham on an excellent maiden speech. Particularly, I would like to congratulate him on highlighting the values of inequality and fairness, principles that I think many of us can agree on. And I do want to congratulate him also on demonstrating his stamina in this House by being the last honourable member to be called. With that level of stamina, he'll give the honourable member for Strangford a run for his money, I'm sure. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to be summing up for the Liberal Democrats. Once again, I want to extend a warm welcome to new ministers, as well as the party's first female Chancellor. I also want to congratulate all new members on their maiden speeches from all parties who spoke today. And those maiden speeches didn't disappoint. Amongst them, they were poignant, they were funny and bursting with passion. When I gave my own maiden speech in 2019, I was very proud to say that in St Albans we have more pubs per square mile than anywhere else in Britain. And I now think we now have enough historical nuggets from today's maiden speeches that we should have a maiden speech pub quiz. But maybe I'll write that on the train journey home. Anyway, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to see the topics of economy, public services and welfare brought together. Why? Well, during the general election, the Liberal Democrats put health and care front and centre of our campaign, and we did that for two reasons. First of all, because it was the #1 issue raised with us by constituents on the doorstep. Every single person is impacted by the crisis in health and social care. But secondly, because we know that health and wealth are two sides of the same coin. Health creation and wealth creation, two sides of the same coin. You cannot have a thriving economy if your population is sick. Now, we Liberal Democrats set out a very ambitious agenda during the general election, and we're pleased to see some of the pledges in the King's speech. We're pleased to see that there will be reform of the Mental Health Act, incredibly long overdue, as well as a number of public health measures as well, especially on protection of children's health. But we all know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this House, that it is equally important that we tackle both the social and commercial determinants of health. And when it comes to children, tackling child poverty is just as important as tackling the aggressive marketing of vapes or energy drinks. And that's why scrapping the 2-child benefit limit is in our Liberal Democratic amendment. It's also important that we focus on access to health and social care services. People must be able to access the care they need when they need it. And it is here where Liberal Democrats want to see more ambition. We need to fix our crumbling hospitals. We need mental health hubs in communities. We need to boost our GP numbers. We need to guarantee that people have a legal right to see their GP within 7 days. We need to put an end to dental deserts and cancer. We all know someone who's had cancer and died, or someone that's had cancer and survived. But every single year since 2015, the Conservative government missed their cancer treatment target. We cannot allow that to continue. And that's why we Liberal Democrats wanted there to be a legal right, a statutory duty on ministers, so that our House and the public could hold ministers to account for making sure that people can see a GP and get their cancer treatment when they need it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we Liberal Democrats will also be unapologetic and unrelenting with our focus on social care. We have campaigned for free personal care, and we will continue to do so, because free personal care is good for people's independence, it's good for their dignity, and it's also good for the NHS. It would also enable the many thousands, the many millions of unpaid carers who currently pick up the pieces of a broken social care system to up their hours, to do more work, to return to work, and to boost our economy. Health creation and wealth creation, two sides of the same coin. We look forward to seeing the government's employment rights bill with interest. We Liberal Democrats have campaigned for improved pay for care workers, proposing a higher minimum wage, starting at £2 more. But that has to come with improved investment, so local government no longer has to rob Peter to pay Paul. We can no longer suppress the pay of experienced care workers to fund improved pay for new starters. We have got to stop ripping the heart out of a retention strategy just to tackle recruitment. We have to do both. The King's speech was also an opportunity to go further on care. It could have been an opportunity to introduce paid carers' leave, to make care a protected characteristic, to create a Royal College of Care Workers, introduce measures to tackle the scandal of carers' allowance overpayments, and to put a framework in place for cross-party talks to finally put social care on a firm financial footing for the future. I recognise that the King's speech is an opportunity for the government to set out their priorities, but I hope very much that many of these ideas, particularly on fixing social care, may be announced in due course. As our party leader has said, the Liberal Democrats will continue to be a voice of carers in this Parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, if we want to boost the economy, we have to recognise that there are now several stages to people's lives and their careers. There has to be lifelong learning, upskilling, reskilling from cradle to grave. But we still have to make sure that every child has the best start in life. And at the moment, in the current system, there are many children, particularly with special educational needs and disabilities, who are put at a big disadvantage from the get-go. And a huge part of that is SEND funding. As one quick example, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my own area of Hertfordshire, we are one of the poorest funded education authorities for SEND funding. Under the Conservatives' funding formula, it would take 15 years for children in Hertfordshire to catch up with children in the neighbouring Buckinghamshire, and they're still one of the poorest funded education authorities too. 15 years. That's an entire generation of lost young children and their education because of a government spreadsheet formula. That was just another unforgivable legacy of the Conservative government, and I implore the Labour government to look at this with fresh eyes and real urgency. Another engine of our economy, Mr Deputy Speaker, are small businesses and high streets. And many speakers this afternoon, including many people giving their maiden speeches, have talked about high streets, local businesses, and that are the glue that hold our communities together. I'd like to push the government to go further, particularly on reforming business rates. Some people may remember that in the aftermath of the mini-budget, the ex-Chancellor, the Honourable Member for Godalming and Ash, had spent the summer campaigning for a complete overhaul of the business rate system. And on his first day in the job, I challenged the Member for Godalming and Ash whether, in fact, he would review the business rate system. He gave me a wry smile from across the chamber and said that he regretted campaigning so hard for it from the backbenchers, and I'm afraid it got left may be left in the too hard basket. But this is part of a long list of challenges facing the Labour government, unfortunately with a similar refrain. But I implore Labour ministers not to do the same. Sitting in their in-tray will be the results of the High Street Task Force, and I'm sure they will confirm what we already know, that the business rate system is broken. And crippling high streets, particularly heritage pubs, whilst Amazon warehouses are being given a tax break, that system is not the foundation of a fair economy. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, to conclude, there are measures in the King's Speech which we welcome, but we want to see far greater ambition for our high streets, for our children and for our public services, particularly health and social care. We believe that our amendment to the King's Speech goes some way to addressing that, and we urge members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I give my congratulations to everybody who has made their maiden speeches in this debate. It is a big moment in one's parliamentary career. You are out the other side. Nothing will be quite as dramatic as you have experienced today. Just to go through them very briefly, could I thank the Honourable Lady, the member for Queen's Park and Maida Vale, who went through the fact that her great-grandfather, I think it was, came from Lithuania to set up a store in the middle of her constituency, which is her connection with it. The Honourable Lady, the member for Finchley and Golders Green, who paid very generous tribute to Mike Freer and the dangers and intimidation that he faced. She was also generous to Mrs Thatcher. She is clearly a very generous lady. To the Honourable Member for Welwyn Hatfield, who paid tribute to Grant Shapps and his numerous and frequent cabinet positions, and also his commitment to Ukraine. The Honourable Lady, the member for Peckham, who paid tribute to the 190 Labour women MPs who are in the House today, and paid tribute to Harriett Harman as part of that. To the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Bromsgrove, who managed to weave King John and A.E. Houseman into his speech and informed us that Hollywood is not a city on the west coast of the United States. It is actually within his constituency, and if you want to see film stars, ladies and gentlemen, go to Bromsgrove. The Honourable Gentleman, the member for Mid-Leicestershire, had the peculiarity of 3 forebears who are actually still currently members of this House. He was generous to each of them, which shows that he is a wise man and will go far. The Honourable Gentleman, the member for Hartlepool, stressed the industrial and shipping heritage of his constituency and how it was indeed bombarded by the Germans in World War I, but they gave as good as they got. The honourable member for West Suffolk praised his predecessor Matt Hancock, of course focusing on racing and horses, although not, I noticed, on horseplay as such. The honourable gentleman, the member for Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor, focused on, with great pride, the Hitachi Rail Company in his constituency, shortly, I'm afraid to tell him, to be seized by the Labour Party and nationalised as part of its government programme. The honourable gentleman, the member for Fareham and Bordon, stressed defence spending. The honourable lady, the member for Cities of London and Westminster leasehold reform. The member for South Antrim, the importance of agriculture for Didcot and Wantage. I was out of the chamber at this point, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the whip's note simply says he said that there was a cat rubbing his legs or something. They say. I know, representing a highly rural constituency as I do myself, I know that strange things do occur, particularly late on those dull winter evenings. The honourable member for Whitehaven stressed the importance of children in care. The honourable lady, the member for Halifax, referred to her constituency as the new Hollywood, so another Hollywood reference there. The member for Huntingdon gave a very witty speech, I thought, and stressed the association with the RAF in his commitment to veterans. The honourable lady, the member for Morecambe and Lonsdale, paid tribute to David Morris and his support for the Eden Project, and I was particularly personally pleased to see her do that. The honourable member, the member for North Down, I think gave one of the most moving maiden speeches that perhaps we've heard in this House for a very long time, and he spoke very movingly about his parents and the pride that we all know his dad would have, and the fact that he has been successful at his fourth attempt to join us here in the House of Commons. The honourable lady, the member for Harpenden and Berkhamsted, referenced the fact that the Roman Road, the Watling Street, runs through her constituency, and spoke passionately about the importance of community and tolerance. And then finally, Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman, the member for North Durham, spoke warmly of Kevin Jones, who all of us that have been in this House a while will remember with great fondness, and the importance of skilled and well-paid jobs in his constituency. I hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've pretty much covered everybody and said the main things that needed to say. But let us now turn to the debate itself. And it seems to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the right honourable lady opposite, whilst I congratulate her warmly for being the first female Chancellor, I think that is a huge, huge achievement and to be very warmly welcomed, is suffering from some level of amnesia, I'm afraid, because she appears to have forgotten the legacy that we have bequeathed to her, that inflation, which was up at over 10% last autumn, is now back to target. Mortgage rates are softening. Real wages have been growing in each of the last 11 months. Taxes have been coming down more recently under this government. That when it comes to debt, we are on target, as we hand it over to the right honourable lady opposite, to see debt falling in line with her own fiscal targets at the end of the fifth year, and of course the fastest growing economy in the G7. So one wonders where this amnesia is coming from, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is of course nothing more than smoke and mirrors. It is to cover up the fact that she is rolling the pitch to raise taxes against all the commitments that she made during the general election. She will be raising those taxes in the autumn. It will not be because we have bequeathed her something of which she was not aware in advance. The IMF has made it very clear that the books were open, as Paul Johnson said, for all to see. When it comes to public services, we have a proud record. Education, we have the best readers in the Western world. We have been going up the PISA scales for mathematics and sciences, something that did not happen under the last Labour government. Crime has been halved, broadly speaking, across the period from 2010 to the present day. When it comes to work and welfare, we have a near record level of employment. We have a low level of unemployment. When it comes to economic inactivity, it is lower than every single year under the last Labour government. And what was Labour's record in office, Mr Deputy Speaker? They know that unemployment was at double the level that it is today when they left office. Every single Labour government in history has left unemployment higher when it left office than when it came in. Most disgraceful of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, youth unemployment was up 43% under the last government. Under this government, it was down by over 40%. And we know that when it comes to welfare, we know that Labour saw 1.4 million people languishing on long-term benefits for almost a decade. When it came to pensions, we had the 75p pension increase. We had the Gordon Brown raid on private pensions, £118 billion from which the pension system never fully recovered. And no surprise, therefore, that we ended up under Labour with the fourth highest level of pensioner poverty across Europe. And when it comes to poverty, Mr Deputy Speaker, under Labour there were 1 million more people in absolute poverty after housing costs. There were 200,000 more pensioners in poverty. There were 100,000 more children in poverty under the last Labour government than there are today. This King's Speech, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will be a responsible opposition. We welcome the commitment to growth. We welcome the commitment to building houses, as long as that is with sufficient local consent. We welcome the Budget Responsibility Bill in principle, and we welcome the announcements that the Right Honourable Lady has made regarding pensions and consolidating pensions and making sure that we get better returns for pensioners, and also we invest in long-term patient capital. But there are too many echoes in this speech of the Labour of old. The nationalisation of the railways, the consolidation of GB Energy, the long hand of government reaching they'll cheer now, they won't be cheering in a few years' time. Mr Speaker, they have short memories. I remember when the railways were nationalised and it was not a pretty situation. They have employment laws that they're bringing forward, which is French-style legislation that will lead to less efficient businesses, to tribunals. They are going to be increasing the freedoms of trade unions. Who are their paymasters? And they will be dispensing with minimum service levels. That will lead to more strikes, the inconvenience of the public, and will certainly not lead to greater growth. And when it comes to welfare, Mr Deputy Speaker, what have we heard in the King's Speech on welfare? One of the biggest challenges of the modern age. Zip, absolutely nothing. Denada, diddly squat, absolutely nothing from the party opposite. They talk about moving the National Carers Service from the DFE to the DWP. Well, I hardly think that will move the dial. Their Back to Work plan is exactly named as our Back to Work plan was, that my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, and I launched last autumn. But it has nothing standing behind it, not the billions of pounds of support that we put in place to encourage people to go into work and to transform lives. All we have heard from the benches opposite are a denigration of our job centres. These are described as places of fear by the Secretary of State and by the Minister for Employment, by places that don't offer real help. What an insult, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the tens of thousands of hard-working people up and down our country who go into those offices to help people improve their prospects and improve their lives. They're against what they call punitive sanctions. That will cost hundreds of millions of pounds to remove those. It will result in less engagement with the help that is available, and it will diminish people's life chances. There have been no comments whatsoever from the benches opposite on our reforms, the WCA reforms, that will see 400,000 fewer people, according to the OBR, going on to those long-term sickness benefits. They opposed, Mr Deputy Speaker, in poetry. They have to govern in prose. They have not even picked up the pen. But let me be clear, Mr Speaker. We made mistakes in government, and we have paid the price. And we have paid the price at the ballot box, and it is right that my party now faces a period of reflection and does so with humility. The electorate has spoken, and we must listen. But that is not the same thing as saying that the vision that is conservatism has died, even if of late it has been too often obscured. That vision still burns bright. It burns bright as a beacon of freedom, enterprise, opportunity and, yes, stability and hope in the face of the...
Will the Shadow Secretary of State please curtail his remarks now?
To move the amendment in my friend's name.
Thank you. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've never seen the Right Honourable Member for Central Devon do a comic term quite like this. Opposition clearly suits him. But if he wants to actually lead his party out of their catastrophic defeat, he's going to have to do a lot better than that. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am honoured to close today's debate, not only from this side of the dispatch box for the first time, but after so many truly wonderful maiden speeches. Honourable members on both sides of the House talked about the social, cultural and economic heritage of their constituencies, about the very real challenges their constituents face, but also their talents and potential for a brighter future, given a government that's on their side. Now, there are too many honourable members to go through individually, especially on this side of the House. But let me just say this. Your constituents will be very proud of you. So will your friends and family. And I say that especially to the honourable member for North Down. You've spoken with passion and conviction, especially on this side of the House, about the need for change, to make true on the manifesto promises we made, and that is what this government will deliver. Mr Deputy Speaker, this King's Speech turns the page on the last 14 years of chaos and decline and takes the first steps toward national renewal, delivering growth in every part of the country, tearing down the barriers to opportunity and repairing our public services through investment and reform. Growth is this government's #1 priority, because it is the only way that will improve prosperity, put more money into people's pockets and transform our public services. Our plan starts with economic stability through the fiscal lock and our budget responsibility bill, so we never again repeat the mistakes of the last Conservative government that crashed the economy, leaving working people to pay a heavy price. Our planning and infrastructure bill will get Britain building again to deliver the homes and other infrastructure our country needs. And our National Wealth Fund will unlock billions of pounds of private investment to support good jobs in clean energy and other growth industries of the future. Now, the department I am now privileged to lead is central to our growth and opportunity missions. Through unlocking the potential of our pension system, getting people into work and on in their work, and driving down poverty in every part of the country. Firstly, on pensions. People who have worked hard and saved all their lives deserve a decent income in retirement. And although the previous government talked about the need for pension reform, in reality there was very little action. In contrast, we have acted immediately. Our new pensions bill will bring together all the different pension savings that people build up across their working lives and drive better value for money in pension schemes. These measures could help improve incomes in retirement and boost pension pots by over £11,000. And our landmark pensions review, announced by my right honourable friend the Chancellor and led by my honourable friend the Minister for Pensions, will go even further in unlocking investment in British businesses and in improving outcomes for British pensioners. The second way we will boost growth and unleash opportunity is by getting Britain working again. Last week's labour market statistics underline the truly dire inheritance we face. Britain is the only G7 country whose employment rate hasn't returned to pre-pandemic levels. 9.4 million people are now economically inactive, either not in work or not looking for work. 1 in 5 of the entire working age population. 2.8 million of these are locked out of the workplace due to poor health. The over 50s, often women with bad hips, knees and joints, I know about this only too well. Young people with mental health problems, often lacking basic qualifications. 1 in 8 of all our young people are now not in education, employment or training. What a damning indictment of the last government. But behind these statistics are real people with real hopes and dreams who were written off by the Tories, denied opportunities and support, then blamed for the position they are in. So let me tell this House now, under the new Labour government, this will change. Our plan to get Britain working will be a cross-government effort to drive change and unleash opportunity in every corner of the country. We'll create more good jobs in clean energy through our modern industrial strategy. We'll make work pay and improve the quality of work through our New Deal for working people. We'll cut NHS waiting times, improve mental health support and transform skills and childcare to tackle the root causes of the problem and fix the foundations for work, not just paper over the cracks. And we will deliver fundamental change in the Department for Work and Pensions too. First, we will overhaul job centres, bringing together Job Centre Plus with the National Careers Service to create a new Jobs and Careers Service to help more people get work and get on in their work. Second, we will drive down economic inactivity through new local work, health and skills plans led by mayors and local areas, devolving responsibility and resources to provide the right support in one place. Because the man or even the woman in Whitehall will never know what's best in Leicester, Lowestoft or Leeds. And we will deliver our youth guarantee to ensure every young person is earning or learning. Because unlike members opposite, we will never accept almost 1 million young people being written off before they've even begun. And under this government, there will be obligations to engage with support, look for work and take jobs when they are offered, as there always have been since the original Beveridge report. But there will be no more divisive, derogatory rhetoric about claiming people just think they're too bluesy to work. I am in politics to solve problems, not score cheap points and grab empty headlines that do nothing to tackle the problems in people's lives. Alongside our plan to get Britain working again, we've taken immediate action to deliver our manifesto commitment for an ambitious strategy to tackle child poverty. I am proud the last Labour government lifted more than 500,000 children out of poverty. The contrast with the Conservatives could not be greater, with 700,000 more children growing up poor during their time in office. The fact that 4 million children are now living in poverty is a stain on our society. It is why, within a week of taking office, I called in child poverty experts and campaigners to help start work on our plans. It's why the Prime Minister announced our new ministerial task force to drive action across government, underpinned by a new child poverty unit in the Cabinet Office. I will lead this work with our Education Secretary. And as the Prime Minister announced, we will look at how to use all the available levers at our disposal, including household income, employment, housing, children's health, education and childcare too. So we drive up opportunity, drive down poverty and give all children the best start in life. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government was elected on a mandate for change, to change our economy so it works for working people, to get our public services back on their feet and to transform opportunity by tearing down the barriers to success in every corner of this great nation. This King's Speech takes the first steps to rebuild Britain and make every part of our country better off. delivering real change to people's lives, giving them the chances and choices they deserve, and to begin, finally, the task of restoring faith that politics can once again be a force for good.
Order. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Division.
Sir.
Order! Order. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Joe Morrissey and Mike Wood, and tellers for the noes, Vicky Foxcroft and Anna Turley. order.
The ayes to the right, 111. The noes to the left, 390.
Close. The ayes to the right were 111. The noes to the left were 390. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order, 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 order. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.